Welcome to Enigma Vault, where every locked memory hides a bloody truth. I'm Nightfall, and tonight we'll step into the shadows where secrets never die. The shrill sounds of the sirens are still ringing in my ears, and the air is filled with the strong smell of blood. The shrill sounds of the sirens are still ringing in my ears, and the air is filled with the strong smell of blood. This was the first homicide case I had encountered since joining the Manhattan Police Department, and it was also the most tragic one. The strange patterns drawn in blood on the floor seemed to be mocking my incompetence. My name is Aidan Black, a trainee detective who grew up in an orphanage. From childhood to adulthood, the shadow of abandonment has always shrouded me. This feeling is as suffocating as the feeling of powerlessness I feel at this moment. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. I know that only by finding the murderer can I dispel this lingering haze. I had to grab him like a lifeline. Old Agent Jack Thompson stood aside with his arms folded, his hawk-like eyes scanning me, full of scrutiny and suspicion. I knew he didn't trust me, a rookie. He had previously ridiculed my orphanage background, believing that I lacked the necessary family education and social experience to be qualified for the job. Another young man trying to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. I could almost hear him saying this in his mind. I clenched my fists and told myself to ignore his contempt. I wanted to prove myself more than anyone else, and this case was my chance. I observed the scene carefully, trying to capture every detail: the victim's posture, the direction of the blood splatter, the marks left by the murder weapon. All of these may hide the key to solving the case. Thompson snorted coldly. "Have you seen enough, rookie? Don't waste your time. This kind of case is not something you can handle." I resisted the urge to refute. I knew it was pointless to argue with him now. I have to prove it to him with practical actions. I began visiting nearby residents, hoping to find some useful clues. The first eyewitness was Henry Brown, who lived next door to the victim. He looked nervous and stuttered a little. "I heard a strange noise that night, like someone was dragging something." His eyes flickered, as if he was trying to recall. Then, I looked out of the window and saw a blurry figure, very tall, but I couldn't see his face clearly. Although the clues Henry provided were vague, they gave me a glimmer of hope. "A tall figure. Does this mean the killer is male?" I continued to ask. "Can you describe the clothing features of that figure?" Henry thought hard and shook his head. "It's too dark, I can't see clearly. I just remember that he was very tall, and he seemed to be wearing a hat." "A hat? Is this a clue?" I kept this information in mind, and decided to look for the tall man in the hat in all the nearby surveillance videos. Thompson sneered. "A hat? Can this help you find the murderer?" "Boy, reality is not a detective novel." I gritted my teeth and ignored his sarcasm. I knew it was only a faint clue, but I had to take every opportunity I could. Back at the police station, I began to organize the clues I had collected. The victim has been identified as a young woman named Emily Carter. Her personal belongings were neatly placed in an evidence bag. I put on my gloves and carefully examined each item: wallet, cell phone, keys. There was nothing unusual. Suddenly, my eyes fell on a ring. It lay quietly at the bottom of the bag, emitting a dim light. I reached for the ring and accidentally touched the gemstone. Suddenly, I stared at Jack, trying to suppress my anxiety. He folded his arms across his chest, leaning against the table, his face full of suspicion and impatience. I know that in his eyes I am just a rookie who is eager to prove myself, and even does not hesitate to make up lies. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. Jack's reaction was within my expectations. After all, the ability to be reminded of one's past events is too bizarre. If it were me, I would probably have the same doubts. I had to find a plausible explanation, or at least some evidence that would make him believe me a little. First, I had to decide whether Jack could be trusted. We haven't worked together for a long time, and my understanding of him is limited to the work level. He is experienced and cautious, but also a bit stubborn and doesn't easily believe in things without basis. From what I've seen so far, he's more inclined to think that I'm making up stories than that I really have this special ability. This is very disadvantageous to me. If he reports my ability, I may be suspended or even undergo a psychological evaluation. I have to proceed with caution. I decided not to mention the ability of evoking emotions when seeing something, for the time being, and instead focus on the clues I saw, the murderer's blurred face and the mysterious symbol. I reorganized my words and tried to speak in a calm tone. Jack, I know this sounds incredible, but I did see some images on the victim's ring. Although the murderer's face is blurry, I can be sure that he is a tall man with a mole under his left ear. Moreover, I also saw a symbol. I took out a pen and paper and drew the mysterious symbol from memory. It looks like a twisted snake pattern, full of weirdness. Jack picked up the symbol I drew and looked at it carefully, frowning. What does this prove? Anyone can draw a strange symbol. His tone was still full of doubt. I decided to start with this symbol. I vaguely remember that in the image of the ring, this symbol appeared in a basement-like place with damp walls and dim light. If I could find this place, maybe I could find more clues and prove that I wasn't lying. However, I couldn't tell Jack directly what I was thinking. I needed a plausible excuse, one that wouldn't arouse too much suspicion on his part.
I thought about it and said, Jack, I think this symbol may be related to a certain organization or group. I need to go to the library to look up some information. Maybe I can find some clues.
Jack looked at me suspiciously, but finally nodded. Okay, but you'd better not waste your time. We have invested a lot of manpower and resources in this case. We can't waste time on something without basis. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, left the police station, and headed straight for the downtown library. I knew that I had to find information related to the symbol as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only would I be unable to continue my investigation, I might also lose Jack's trust and even my job. In the library's vast database, I searched for clues related to the symbol, like looking for a needle in a haystack. As time passed, I became more and more anxious. Just when I was about to give up, I found a pattern in an old religious book that was extremely similar to the symbol I drew. The description of this symbol in the book gave me chills. It represents an ancient and mysterious organization, an evil organization known for sacrifice. I realized that I might be caught up in a vortex that is more dangerous than I imagined, and that mysterious symbol is like a dark entrance to an unknown and terrifying world. My intuition tells me that this is just the beginning and bigger secrets are waiting for me. I clenched my fists, Jack's warning still ringing in my ears. His contemptuous look was like a sharp thorn, piercing my self-esteem. He didn't believe me, thought I was making up the story, and even thought I was obstructing the investigation. Ridiculous. I want to catch the murderer more than anyone else. If it wasn't for solving the case as quickly as possible, why would I endure this humiliation? I took a deep breath and tried to calm my surging emotions. I can understand Jack's doubt. After all, my ability sounds too incredible. If it were me, I might also have some reservations. But understanding is one thing, and being wronged is a really unpleasant feeling. The only way now is to produce solid evidence. I turned and walked towards the morgue, where Emily was still busy. She is a meticulous person and does things seriously and carefully, which is why I chose her. I believe that if there are any clues on the body, she will be able to find them. I pushed open the heavy metal door and was greeted by a gust of cold air mixed with the smell of formaldehyde. Emily was bent over, wearing latex gloves, carefully examining the victim's nails. I couldn't bear to disturb her focused expression, but time was running out, and I had to know the result as soon as possible. I coughed lightly, and Emily looked up, took off her gloves, and rubbed her eyes tiredly.
Have you found anything?
I tried to make my tone sound calm, but my heart was full of anticipation. Emily walked to the sink nearby and said while washing her hands, "There are some new discoveries, but we are not sure whether they are related to the case. I found some tiny metal fragments between the nails of the deceased. The preliminary judgment is that they may be some special alloy metal fragments." My heart skipped a beat. In the clip I saw with my emotional sight ability, the murderer was wearing a unique style ring on his hand, which seemed to be made of some kind of metal. Could it be? I suppressed my excitement and asked in a calm tone, "Can you describe what the alloy looks like?" Emily dried her hands, walked to the microscope, called up the picture she had just taken, pointed at the magnified metal fragments on the screen and said, "Look, there are some fine lines on the surface of this alloy, like some special craftsmanship." Emily's description matched the ring I saw almost exactly. "I'm almost sure this is the key clue I've been looking for." "Emily, this is so important," I said excitedly. "Can you analyze the composition of these metal fragments as soon as possible? This may be related to the murderer." Although Emily still had doubts about the ability of being moved by the scene that I mentioned, she was a professional forensic scientist and would not miss any possibility. "I'll arrange it as soon as possible," she said, "but it will take some time to analyze the results." A bold idea emerged in my mind. If I can touch the victim's clothes, maybe I can use the ability of sight to bring back emotions again and see more clues. Thinking of this, I immediately asked Emily, "Where are the victim's clothes now?" I clutched the victim's scarf, borrowed from the evidence room, tightly, and sweat oozed from my palms. The faint scent of perfume lingering on the scarf, mixed with some metallic smell, triggered my emotional memories again. This time I saw a huge chimney, rusty and emitting black smoke. It was surrounded by dilapidated factory buildings, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of chemicals. I tried to concentrate and see more details, but the picture stopped there. An abandoned factory. This is undoubtedly an important clue. I quickly went over the case in my mind. The victim had never been to any factory before her death, and her social relationships had nothing to do with factories. So why would her relics point there? Did the murderer deliberately leave this clue to mislead us? I have to go. The moment this idea came to my mind, I began to weigh the pros and cons. Jack would definitely not agree with me acting alone. After what happened last time, he was full of doubts about my abilities. If I told him about my new discovery, he would most likely reject my request on the grounds of insufficient evidence or personal conjecture. He might even exclude me from the investigation team again. I can't take that risk. However, if I don't go, the clue will most likely be broken. The murderer might be destroying evidence there, or something even more terrifying. I couldn't just watch the opportunity slip away. I had to prove myself, prove that my ability was no joke, and prove that I could contribute to this case. My instinct told me that this abandoned factory was the key to solving the mystery. I couldn't rely on Jack's approval anymore. I had to believe in myself. I took a deep breath and made a decision. I left the police station on the pretext of visiting witnesses. I know that doing this is against the rules, and if I am caught, I will face severe penalties. But at this moment, I can't care about so much. The truth is more important than anything else. I drove to the suburbs and found the abandoned factory. According to the scene I saw in the scene reminded me of the other world. The towering chimney stands on the desolate land like a huge tombstone. The surrounding buildings have long collapsed, leaving only ruins, which look particularly eerie and terrifying under the setting sun. I parked the car and approached the factory gate carefully. The iron gate was rusty, the chain had long been broken, and the door was half open, making a creaking sound, as if warning me not to get close. I hesitated for a moment, but finally pushed the door open. A rotten smell hit me in the face, and I couldn't help but cover my nose. The interior of the factory was pitch dark, with only a few faint rays of light coming through the broken roof, barely illuminating the surroundings. I moved forward cautiously, stepping on gravel and glass shards, which made a crunching sound that was particularly harsh in the silent factory. Suddenly I heard a low humming sound, like the sound of some machinery running. The sound came from deep within the factory, intermittent but clearly audible. My heart began to beat faster, and a sense of foreboding came over me. This abandoned factory is far more complicated than I imagined. What secrets are hidden here? My hand touched the pistol at my waist, and the touch of the cold metal made me feel a little more at ease. I held my breath and continued walking in the direction where the sound came from, taking every step with extreme caution. At the end of the corridor, there was a closed metal door. The buzzing sound came from behind the door, and it became clearer and louder. I tightened my grip on the gun and slowly approached the metal door. What is behind that door? The cold concrete floor hurt so much my back was burning, and it felt like several of my ribs were broken. Raymond Carroll. This name has now become a symbol of my deep-seated hatred. He stood in front of me, looking down at me, with a smug grin on his face, like a well-fed hyena. I spat a mouthful of blood, thinking about how to get out of this situation. His men had me under their control, and I had no chance to resist. Raymond kept asking me about the progress of the investigation and wanted to know what evidence I had. I knew in my heart that once I spoke out, I would be putting my life in his hands. This guy is ruthless and will never leave anyone alive. I closed my eyes, clenched my teeth, and didn't say a word. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the punishment. Raymond kicked me in the stomach, and I almost fainted from the pain. The severe pain reminded me of my days in the orphanage, which was also full of violence and bullying. But I never gave in, and I survived with my strong will. Now I can't give up. I must live on, uncover the truth, and seek justice for those innocent victims. I endured the pain, and my brain worked rapidly, analyzing the current situation. Raymond's men seem to be well trained, and there are many of them, so a head-on confrontation would definitely not work. I had to find an opportunity, a chance to escape. Wait, the sight brings back memories. I suddenly remembered my special ability, which allows me to replay past scenes by touching objects. This is my last hope. I looked around and my eyes fell on a shabby wooden box next to me. It looks insignificant, but maybe it can help me find a breakthrough. I took a deep breath and tried to keep myself calm. Raymond was still chattering and threatening me. I pretended to be trembling with fear, and when he wasn't paying attention, I secretly reached for the wooden box. My fingertips touched the rough surface of the wooden box, and a strange energy surged into my body. A vision appeared before my eyes, and I saw the scene of the wooden box being moved in. 2 men in work clothes carried it, and came from a corner of the factory, where there was an inconspicuous small door. They opened the door, moved the box in, and then closed the door. My heart started beating faster. Could it be that there was a secret passage behind that door? The thought excites me. If that's the case, maybe I can escape. I have to find out where that door is. I continued to concentrate, trying to recall what I had just seen. That door, in the southeast corner of the factory. There was a piece of peeling paint on the wall, and some discarded tires were piled next to the door. I silently noted down these details, then pretended to groan in pain to attract Raymond's attention. "Please, let me go," I said weakly. Raymond sneered. "You beg for mercy now? It's too late." I knew I had to act quickly or it would be too late. I pretended to vomit, leaned forward, and took the opportunity to observe my surroundings. The southeast corner, right there. I saw the peeling paint and the abandoned tire next to it. My plan gradually took shape. I had to create chaos, distract their attention, and then take the opportunity to escape into the secret passage. I took a deep breath and prepared to give it a try. My hand tightly grasped the peeling paint, my heart filled with hope and fear. Sweat soaked my shirt, and my heavy breathing echoed in the empty factory. That old fox Raymond reacted faster than I thought. Not long after I came out of the secret passage, the alarm sounded throughout the factory. I judged that he must have installed surveillance or alarm devices at or near the exit of the secret passage. Damn it. I cursed inwardly and was glad that I ran fast enough. Now I have to race against time and find a way to escape before they surround me. I observed the surroundings. This was an abandoned textile factory. The huge machines and mountains of cloth and sundries became my best shelter. But people from Raymond may not be familiar with the terrain here, which is my advantage. There are so many of them, so a head-on confrontation is not going to work. I have to outsmart them. I had to stay calm, stay alert, and take advantage of everything I could. I crouched and walked quickly through rows of rusty textile machines, my heart pounding as I listened to the footsteps getting closer and closer behind me. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a closed iron door in front of me with a big rusty lock hanging on it. I judged that this door might lead to the back door of the factory, which might help me escape. I took out a piece of wire from my pocket that I had found in the secret passage before. I took it with me when I escaped, and I didn't expect it to come in handy now. I held my breath, fiddled with the lock skillfully, and prayed silently in my heart. With a click, the lock opened. I flung the door open, stepped inside, and quickly closed it behind me. I heard hurried footsteps and cursing outside the door, and I knew that I had left them behind, at least temporarily. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, feeling like a rabbit being chased by a hound, who might be caught at any moment. I turned on the flashlight and looked around the room in the dim light. This is a small warehouse where miscellaneous items are stored, and the air is filled with the smell of dust. Suddenly, my eyes were attracted by a locked metal box in the corner. I have a strong feeling that there must be something important hidden in this box. I used the wire I had used to open the door to open the box, and inside were piles of documents and several old videotapes. I randomly flipped through a few documents and found that they were actually evidence of Raymond's collusion with senior police officials and gangsters 20 years ago. I couldn't believe my eyes. My breathing became rapid and my heartbeat quickened. I realized that I had accidentally discovered Raymond's biggest secret, which was enough to bring him down. Several thoughts quickly flashed through my mind. What should I do? Should I hide the evidence and think of a solution after escaping? Or should I take them back to the police station now? I quickly rejected the first thought. If I hide the evidence, Raymond will probably find it first, and then all my efforts will be in vain. Moreover, I must prove my innocence as soon as possible. I can't stand being wrongly accused any longer. I decided to take this evidence back to the police station and expose Raymond's crime. I knew it was dangerous, and Raymond would definitely not let me go, but I have no way out. I have to give it a try. I stuffed the documents and videotapes into my backpack, took a deep breath, and pushed open the warehouse door. I knew that I was about to face a bigger storm, a storm more dangerous than escaping in the factory. But I'm ready. I must win. For myself and for justice. I looked back at the abandoned factory. In the darkness, it was like a dormant giant beast, silently watching me leave. And I was walking towards the police station without hesitation. I almost stepped on the accelerator to the floor. The old pickup truck let out a roar under the heavy load. I stared at the rearview mirror, my heart pounding like a drum. I almost stepped on the accelerator to the floor. The old pickup truck let out a roar under the heavy load. I stared at the rearview mirror, my heart pounding like a drum. Raymond is not a fool. The abandoned factory has been his base for many years. It is impossible for him not to notice me breaking in and taking away such important things. I have to get back to the police station and give the evidence to Jack and Sophia before they catch up. I thought about it over and over again. Jack is an old detective with rich experience, but he has a deep-rooted prejudice against me and always thinks that I am an unreliable informant. With such important evidence this time, it might be even more difficult for him to believe me. Sophia is relatively rational, but she also needs time to digest and verify the information. I have to find a way to make them trust me as soon as possible. The longer it takes, the greater the variables will be. The pickup truck braked suddenly and stopped in front of the police station. I almost jumped out of the car, holding the document bag tightly in my hand, as if it was my last life-saving straw. I rushed into Jack's office and Sophia was there. I couldn't wait to throw the file bag on the table. Look at this. This is the evidence of Raymond's collusion with the top police officers 20 years ago, as well as the records of all his criminal activities over the years. Jack picked up the document slowly, flipped through a few pages, and a scornful smile appeared on his face. Aiden, what tricks are you playing? You can forge these things yourself. I was furious. I risked my life to get it from Raymond's lair. And you said I forged it. Look at the dates, signatures, and transaction records. Which of them looks fake? Sophia interrupted our argument. Aiden, calm down. Jack means that we need time to verify the authenticity of the evidence. After all, this is a serious matter, and we must be cautious. Be cautious. It's too late to be cautious anymore. I stamped my feet anxiously. Raymond will soon find out that things are missing. He will destroy all the evidence, and then we won't be able to find anything. I tried to calm myself down, carefully recalling every detail in the abandoned factory, trying to make them believe what I said. When I sneaked into the factory, I saw with my own eyes Raymond and his men discussing how to deal with a batch of smuggled weapons. I also heard the content of their conversation. I described the scene as detailed as possible, including the layout of the factory, the number of Raymond's men, and even the tone and expression of their conversation. Jack still looked skeptical. You said you sneaked into Raymond's factory? He has so many men. How did you get in? And how did you get out safely?
I gritted my teeth and explained, I've been in that area before, and I'm familiar with the terrain. I found an entrance that they had neglected to guard. I tried my best to avoid mentioning my past dark history, and only emphasized my familiarity with the environment, but this was obviously not enough to convince him.
Sophia looked at me with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Aiden, we understand your feelings, but these evidences need further verification. Can you provide more clues? For example, who are Raymond's accomplices? Where do they conduct transactions? I racked my brains to recall Raymond's accomplices. I only knew a man codenamed Cobra, but I had no idea who he was. The transaction location. I tried hard to search in my mind, but found nothing. As time passed, my heart grew heavier. Jack and Sophia's attitudes remained ambiguous, and I felt like I was trapped in a swamp. The more I struggled, the deeper I sank. Raymond may kill me at any time. What should I do? Just when I was in despair, something suddenly occurred to me. My emotional experience. Maybe it can help me. I took a deep breath and took a gamble. Although Jack and Sophia's attitudes softened, they still had doubts, and it was difficult for them to completely believe me just by my words. Now I can only rely on my ability to be reminded of something I have seen. I have to let them experience it firsthand to turn the situation around. I looked at the blood-stained button. It was small and inconspicuous, but it was connected to a life and also to my destiny. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, tried to clear my mind, focused all my attention on my fingertips, and slowly touched the button. In an instant I was back at the crime scene. The dim alley, the pungent smell of blood, the terrified eyes of the victims. I suppressed my discomfort and tried hard to control my emotions from getting out of control, while projecting the scenes that I recalled to Jack and Sophia. Jack and Sophia's faces turned pale. They experienced the crime firsthand, and Raymond's brutal crime process was clearly presented before them. I saw Jack's fists clenched tightly, and Sophia covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. I opened my eyes and felt a little weak. This energy consumption was huge, but it was worth it. I believe they should now understand that I am not lying. Now, do you believe me? I asked weakly. Jack had a complicated expression. He looked at Sophia, then at me, and nodded heavily. Aiden, we believe what you saw. Before he could finish, the police station's internal communicator rang. A cold voice came. Detective Jack. Someone anonymously reported that Officer Aiden privately investigated Commissioner Raymond and forged evidence. Please bring Officer Aiden back to the police station for investigation immediately. My heart sank suddenly, and a chill rushed from the soles of my feet to my head. Who is it? Who is stabbing me in the back? I quickly analyzed the current situation. First, the person who reported me must be Raymond's accomplice, and has considerable influence within the police station. Secondly, the timing of this report was too clever. It happened at the critical moment when I was about to bring down Raymond. It was obvious that someone was deliberately trying to stop me. Finally, and most importantly, although Jack and Sophia believed what I saw, they had to obey the police's orders. I felt like I had fallen into a carefully designed trap, and every step was calculated. Raymond, you are really good at this. Jack looked embarrassed. He knew I was framed, but he could not disobey the police order. Aiden, I'm so sorry. I know he is in a difficult situation too. Now is not the time to complain. I must clear myself of suspicion as soon as possible. Otherwise everything will be over. I know. I will cooperate with the investigation. I tried to remain calm, but I need some time before I go back. I looked at Jack and Sophia with a firm gaze. I believe that the real murderer is among us, and this anonymous report just exposed his whereabouts. We need to find the reporter. He is the key to solving all this. I have a bold plan, but it requires the cooperation of Jack and Sophia. This plan is risky, but it is my only way out. I have to take a gamble on their trust in me and their persistence in justice. I lowered my voice and told them my plan. After hearing this, Jack and Sophia both looked shocked. They hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. The atmosphere in the police station was suffocating. Jack pounded the table irritably, looking over and over again at the photos of the crime scene. I closed my eyes and tried to calm myself down. I knew that I had to clear myself of suspicion as soon as possible. More importantly, I had to catch the real murderer and stop him from continuing to do evil. New clues point to the golden and splendid casino in the west of the city. According to informants, several recent victims have appeared there. Jack thought this was a breakthrough, and I agreed with him. But I know that casinos are a place where good and bad people mix together, and Tony Lopez, the owner of that casino, is not a good person. He has a complicated background and is connected to both the black and white worlds. It is harder than climbing to the sky to pry anything out of him. We must be careful and make a careful plan. Jack suggested that we pretend to be gamblers and get to know the situation of the casino first. I added that once inside the casino, I would touch as many things as possible and use my ability to be touched by the sight to perhaps find some clues that the police had overlooked. Jack agreed. We agreed on a secret code and evacuated immediately if we encountered any danger. The name Magnificent is indeed worthy of its name, with luxurious decoration, flashing neon lights, noisy crowds, and a life of extravagance and luxury that is dazzling. I took a deep breath and tried not to be confused by the superficial prosperity. I know that behind this glamorous appearance, there may be dirty deals and evil secrets. Tony Lopez himself came out to greet us. He was a big man, wearing a well-tailored suit and a fake smile on his face. It is a great honor to have you two officers here. His tone was enthusiastic, but his eyes were full of vigilance. After the pleasantries, we began to try to find out the news indirectly. I pretended to be very interested in the various games in the casino. While chatting with Tony, I calmly touched the gambling table, chips, dice, and other items. My ability to recall memories started to kick in, and some blurry images flashed through my mind. Fierce arguments, terrified screams, and the smell of blood. I am almost certain that some dark events took place here that are unknown to the public. but I still need more clues to piece these fragments together into a complete truth. Tony was evasive in answering our questions and refused to reveal any useful information. He is like an old fox, never letting anyone slip through the cracks. I know that a head-on confrontation won't work. I need to find his weakness in order to break through his psychological defenses. As time went by, I felt more and more uneasy. The atmosphere in the casino also became subtle, and I felt several malicious eyes wandering over us. I know we can't stay here for too long, and we must find a breakthrough as soon as possible. Otherwise we will be in danger. I looked around again, trying to catch any clues. At this moment a figure caught my attention. A waiter wiping wine glasses at the bar. Linda Davis, a petite blonde waitress, kept rubbing the tray in her hands, her eyes flickering like a frightened deer. I'm sure she knows something. Mike Brown's death and the strange atmosphere in the casino all point to a hidden truth, and Linda may very well be the key to uncovering it. I have to talk to her. Jack is also studying the casino's surveillance footage, trying to find the last place Mike Brown was seen and the people he came into contact with. I judge that he won't get any results for a while. Instead of waiting, it is better to take the initiative. I walked up to the bar, ordered a whiskey, and deliberately sat in Linda's section. When she poured me a drink, her hands were shaking so badly that the drink spilled on the bar. "Are you okay?" I asked, trying to get her to let down her guard. She raised her head suddenly, looked at me in horror, then quickly lowered her head and whispered, I'm fine." Her reaction further confirmed my guess. She must know something, and be very scared. I have to be careful not to push too hard or it might backfire. "I just thought you looked a little nervous." I slowed down my tone, trying to sound friendly. "Is the work here stressful?" She bit her lip and didn't answer. I noticed that her eyes occasionally drifted towards the entrance of the casino, where several burly men with fierce expressions were standing. I recognized one of them as Sam Wilson, the casino owner's personal bodyguard and a notorious tough guy. It seems that our every move is under their surveillance. I realized that I didn't have much time left. We must get some useful information out of Linda as soon as possible. "Linda," I lowered my voice and moved closer to her. "I know you're scared, but there's something you have to tell me. You must know something about Mike Brown's death, right?" She shuddered and turned even paler. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end nothing came out. The fear in her eyes told me that she was under some kind of threat. I decided to change strategy. "Look, Linda, I know you're having a hard time. You don't have to tell me directly, you just have to tell me who I can trust. Who are the trustworthy people in this casino?" She hesitated for a moment. Her eyes swept across the entire casino, and finally fell on an old cleaner who was wiping the table in the corner. She said in an almost inaudible voice, Old Joe. Old Joe, a humble cleaner. This came as a bit of a surprise to me, but the look in Linda's eyes told me that she was not lying. Just then, I felt someone approaching from behind. I turned around sharply and saw Sam Wilson walking towards me with some thugs. They had malicious smiles on their faces.
"Oh no! They are about to take action!"
I immediately stood up, grabbed Jack's arm, and growled, "Go." Jack seemed to be aware of the danger. Without asking any questions, he followed me towards the back door of the casino. But I know that we have been targeted, and it may not be easy to escape unscathed. The back door of the casino was dark and narrow, and filled with a musty smell. We rushed out the door, only to find ourselves in an even darker alley. Towering buildings blocked the moonlight, and only a few dim streetlights emitted a faint light. I felt a chill on my back, and a sense of foreboding came over me. I turned my head sharply. Sweat soaked the back of my shirt. The loud music and the noise of the crowd in the casino seemed to fade away, leaving only Sam Wilson's heavy breathing echoing in my ears. His bull-like eyes stared at me, as if he wanted to eat me alive. The thugs around us were like a wall, surrounding Jack and me tightly. I must admit I underestimated how ruthless Tony Barrett could be. I originally thought that as long as we didn't go too far, he would at most send someone to monitor us. But I didn't expect that he would directly let Sam drive us away. The current situation is very bad. If we are kicked out, it will be difficult for us to come back and investigate. More importantly, Tony's eagerness to stop us only confirmed my suspicions that there was something wrong with him. I took a quick look at my surroundings. There are people coming and going in the casino, which is both our disadvantage and our advantage. The disadvantage is that if a conflict occurs, Jack and I are likely to suffer. The advantage is that with so many eyes watching, Sam and the others dare not treat us too harshly. I have to take advantage of that and buy myself time and space. My eyes fell on Tony, who was not far away. He was standing at the bar, sipping his drink and watching everything coldly. Although Sam is fierce, it can be seen that he listens to Tony very much. As long as we can make Tony hesitate, we still have a chance. A thought flashed through my mind. I took a deep breath, raised my voice, and said to Sam, "Sam Wilson, we are police officers, and we are performing our duties. You are obstructing public service. Do you know the consequences?" I deliberately spoke loudly so that everyone around me could hear it. Sure enough, as soon as I finished speaking, the gamblers around us looked towards us and started whispering. Sam was obviously stunned for a moment. He turned to look at Tony with a questioning look in his eyes. Tony's face was gloomy. He put down his glass and walked towards us. Tony walked up to Sam and whispered something. Although I couldn't hear what they were saying, I could see that Tony's tone was stern and Sam had an embarrassment on his face. Mr. Tony asked us to leave. Sam turned around. His tone obviously softened. He said he didn't want to make things worse. I was secretly happy, but on the surface I still pretended to be tough. "We won't leave until we complete the investigation." Tony sneered. "What do you want to investigate? This is my territory. I have the final say." I stared into Tony's eyes and said word by word, "We suspect your casino is involved in money laundering. We need to investigate it thoroughly." Tony's face instantly turned livid, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You are slandering me. I advise you not to do anything rash." Tony and I were facing each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Jack stood beside me, saying nothing. I have to find a way to break the deadlock. I searched the crowd, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. Just then, my eyes fell on Linda, not far away. She was standing at the edge of the crowd, looking at us quietly. A bold idea emerged in my mind. Linda is a waitress at the casino, and she knows everything about this place. Maybe she can provide us with some help. I took a deep breath and winked at Linda calmly. Linda's eyes flickered, full of fear, yet mixed with a hint of imperceptible hope. Aiden understood that she knew something. Sam's brutality and the darkness of the casino made her walk on thin ice, but her conscience was not completely destroyed. I judged that Linda was trustworthy, and at least at this moment, our goal was the same: to escape from this hellhole. I had to find a way to get more information out of Linda. I nodded slightly at her and signaled her with my eyes to be patient. Then I turned to Sam and said, provocatively, "Sam, you think you can scare me like this? You are just a coward who only bullies the weak and fears the strong." My goal was to irritate Sam, get him to focus on me, and create an opening for Linda. Sam was fooled. His face turned pale and he roared, "You are looking for death." He rushed towards me with his fists raised, and other thugs also surrounded him. Now, I gave Jack a look. Jack understood what he meant. He overturned a gambling table, and chips and cards scattered all over the floor, and the casino was suddenly in chaos. The screams of the crowd and the curses of the thugs intertwined into a chaotic sound wave. I took advantage of the chaos to hide behind a huge slot machine and observe the situation around me. Taking advantage of the chaos, Linda quietly approached me and whispered, The basement of the casino." may have what you are looking for." Her voice was trembling and almost inaudible. "This basement." My heart beat faster, and my intuition told me that the key clue was hidden there. "I have to go in." I looked at Jack again, signaling him with my eyes to continue causing chaos. Jack nodded, lit a cigar and threw it on a pile of chips. Suddenly, flames shot up into the sky, and the casino became even more chaotic. I seized the opportunity, crouched down and quickly ran through the chaotic crowd towards the entrance to the basement. There were 2 guards at the entrance, and I figured my chances of breaking in were slim. I took a deep breath and decided to outsmart him. I picked up a chip from the ground and threw it hard into the distance, making a crisp sound. The 2 guards looked in the direction of the sound, and I took the opportunity to slip into the basement. The basement was dark and the air was filled with a musty smell. I groped along the wall, found the light switch, and turned it on. The dim light illuminated the entire basement. There were some miscellaneous items piled up in the basement, as well as several locked iron cabinets. I tried to open the iron cabinet, but in vain. I began searching carefully, hoping to find some clues. Suddenly, I found a shabby wooden box in a corner. I opened the wooden box and found it was filled with various items, some women's jewelry, a few photos, and a diary. I picked up the photo, and the woman in the photo was the victim of the serial murder case. My breathing quickened and I knew I had found the key evidence. I opened the diary again, and it recorded the gang's transactions. Some of the transactions coincided with the time and place of the serial murders. My hands trembled slightly. This evidence was enough to prove that the gang was involved in the serial murders. I quickly put away the evidence and returned the same way. The chaos in the casino had subsided, and Sam was leading his men in searching for me. I carefully avoided them, and finally escaped from the casino successfully. I held the evidence tightly in my hand, my heart filled with hope, but also a little uneasy. I know this is just the beginning and greater challenges are yet to come. I must hand this evidence to the police as soon as possible. The lights of the police station are getting closer and closer, and my heartbeat is getting faster and faster. Damn it! What the hell is going on? I slammed a stack of documents on the table in annoyance, and the papers scattered and fell on the floor like snowflakes. The key evidence that Jack and I had brought back from the casino basement after a narrow escape now looked like a pile of garbage. The victims' odds and ends, the gang's transaction records, a few torn photos. These things were mixed together without any clue, and it was impossible to piece together any useful information. The old fox Raymond must have expected that we would go to the basement, so he deliberately left these useless things to confuse us. Jack crossed his arms over his chest, frowning. He was more anxious than I was. Did we miss something? Is there anything else in the basement that we haven't searched thoroughly? I shook my head, trying to calm myself down. The basement is so small, and we have searched almost every inch of it. There is no way we have missed anything. The problem is not what we found, but how we understand these things. Raymond is extremely cunning. Since he took great pains to hide these things in the basement, he must have his purpose. It is impossible for him to leave behind completely useless things, unless these things themselves are some kind of deception, and the real clues are hidden in these seemingly useless information. What should we do now? Jack scratched his hair in annoyance. We can't just sit there and wait, can we? I pondered for a moment and an idea flashed through my mind. Emily Green, the police forensic doctor, is meticulous and observant, and may be able to find details that we have overlooked from these messy evidences. Go find Emily and bring all these things to her. Let her see if she can find anything. Jack was skeptical, but he did as he was told. We packaged up all the evidence and sent it to Emily's lab. Emily is a workaholic and started analyzing immediately after getting the evidence. She put on latex gloves and carefully checked each item, meticulously, not missing any clues. The waiting time is always exceptionally long. I paced back and forth in the hallway, anxiety entwining me like a vine. Jack sat in the chair, turning the pen in his hand constantly, and it was obvious that he was also nervous. Raymond will not sit idly by. He knows that we have obtained the evidence, and will definitely find ways to destroy other clues. We must find a breakthrough before he does. A few hours later, Emily finally walked out of the laboratory with a hint of fatigue on her face, but her eyes were shining with excitement. I have made some discoveries. She pointed to some of the victim's belongings. There are some special fibers on these things. They are very fine and difficult to find if you don't look closely. I suspect this is a special industrial material that may be related to the murderer's occupation or a specific location. In addition, Emily also found some codes marked with special symbols in those transaction records. These codes look like some kind of secret code, she explained. I tried to decipher them using several common ciphers, but none of them worked. I suspect this is an encryption method designed specifically for their organization. This is undoubtedly an important breakthrough. I feel like we are getting closer to the truth. Just then, the phone at the police station rang. It was an informant who called and said that Raymond had been very active recently and seemed to be destroying some documents and evidence. Damn it. He really took action. I felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Time was running out and we had to solve these mysteries as soon as possible. I immediately called Jack and Emily and told them the information provided by the informant. We have to speed up, I said firmly. Raymond has already started to act. We can't waste any more time. Looking at the evidence scattered on the table, I suddenly had a strange feeling. Although these objects are cold and silent, they seem to hide some kind of silent call. I have a strong urge to touch them again, to feel them. Maybe I can find some clues that we have overlooked. I took a deep breath, reached out my hand, and slowly touched those items. Sweat slid down my forehead and soaked my temples. Touching those evidences again, the bloody shirt fragments, the broken buttons stained with mud, and the torn movie ticket stub, I felt the familiar tingling sensation at my fingertips, and thoughts came flooding back like a tide. The ability to be reminded of something is both my gift and my curse. It allows me to go back to the past by touching objects, but it also often leaves me trapped in chaotic fragments of memory. This time I saw an abandoned warehouse with a rusty iron door, meaningless graffiti on the wall, and a cold and damp smell in the air. Although the picture was blurry and flashed by, I was almost certain that this was the key location we had been looking for. I opened my eyes and my heart was beating wildly. Jack was looking at me anxiously. "How's it going, Aiden? Any findings?" I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. A warehouse, abandoned, very likely related to the case. I described to him in detail what I saw, including the general appearance of the warehouse and its surroundings. After listening to this, Jack frowned and tapped the table with his fingers. This is somewhat different from the intelligence we had previously obtained. Raymond's sphere of influence is mainly concentrated in the city center. The abandoned warehouses in the suburbs seem to have little value to him. He paused. "Jack's suspicion is not without reason. My abilities are not perfect, especially when my mental state is unstable. Deviations are easy to occur." But this time, my intuition told me that this warehouse was crucial. "I'm sure," I said firmly. Although the picture is blurry, the cold feeling and the smell of rust and corruption in the air are all very real. I paused and continued. "Maybe Raymond doesn't care about the suburbs on the surface, but this is just a trick. He hides the really important things in places we least expect." Jack pondered for a moment and finally nodded. "Okay, let's go check it out now." We immediately drove to the warehouse I remembered. Along the way, I pondered over the possibilities. Raymond is cunning and suspicious, and it is impossible for him to reveal important clues without being prepared. If this warehouse is really related to the case, he will definitely send people to guard it strictly. We must be fully prepared. When we arrived near the warehouse, it was already getting dark. From a distance I saw several black cars parked around the warehouse, and several strong men in black suits patrolling back and forth at the door. My heart sank. The worst had happened. Damn it, Raymond was well prepared. Jack cursed in a low voice, and his face became solemn. We hid behind the bushes on the roadside and carefully observed the situation around the warehouse. Those men in black seemed well trained and extremely vigilant, and it was almost impossible to sneak in quietly. We are at an impasse. Breaking in by force would be like hitting a rock with an egg, but I was unwilling to give up just like that. What secrets are hidden in the warehouse? What conspiracy is Raymond planning? These questions are like a tangled mess, tightly entangled with my thoughts. I turned to look at Jack. He was staring at the warehouse door with a frown on his face, as if he was thinking about a strategy. The night wind blew, the leaves rustled, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. We know that a new crisis is approaching, but we still have no idea how to respond. The warehouse's rolling door is rusty, like a pair of tightly closed lips, guarding the secret behind it. The dim streetlights weakly illuminated the surroundings, stretching the shadows of the guards out long. I tightened my coat. The night wind was a little chilly, making me more awake. Jack stood next to me, saying nothing, and I knew he was as nervous as I was. Raymond's men are no pushovers. They are all ferocious and vicious. If a real fight breaks out, we won't stand much chance of winning. I observed my surroundings carefully. The warehouse is located in an industrial area on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by abandoned factories and overgrown with weeds, making it easy to hide. There are 6 guards in total, working in groups of 2, taking turns patrolling. One of them, a burly guy with a beard, was the most eye-catching. I recognized him. He was Raymond's confidant, named Sam. It was said that he was ruthless and never showed mercy. If we were to ask who is the most difficult to deal with among these people, it would be him. I whispered to Jack, "See that bearded guy? That's Sam, Raymond's right-hand man. He's not easy to deal with. We have to find a way to lure him away." Jack nodded, his face serious. "What do you want to do?" I looked around and my eyes fell on a pile of abandoned oil drums. A plan gradually took shape in my mind. We can create some noise, lure him over there, and then take the opportunity to sneak into the warehouse. The noise is too loud and it will alarm other people. Jack raised a reasonable question. "No," I explained. "We just need to make some small noise, enough to attract Sam's attention, but not enough to make others think it is a serious threat. Sam is suspicious by nature, and he will go to check it out personally if there is any movement. He is very conceited, so he will definitely not bring too many people, and he will think that the 2 of us are not to be feared." Jack thought for a moment and agreed to my plan. We have to act quickly and get what we want before Raymond finds out. I took a deep breath and tried to keep myself calm. Success or failure depends on this one move, and we cannot afford to make any mistakes. I picked up a stone from the ground and threw it towards the oil barrel. The stone hit the oil barrel with a clang, which was particularly harsh in the quiet night. I held my breath and watched the guard's reaction. As expected, Sam took the bait. He looked around alertly, then walked towards the direction of the sound. He only brought 2 goons, just as I expected. "Now," I whispered. We crouched down and moved quickly towards the warehouse. Sam and his 2 men walked farther and farther away, and gradually disappeared from our sight. My heartbeat started to speed up, and my palms started to sweat slightly. I glanced back again in the direction Sam had left, to make sure they hadn't turned back. The rolling door of the warehouse was just around the corner, and I felt that I was getting closer and closer to the truth. I took out a knife from my pocket and prepared to pry open the lock of the warehouse. "What is hidden in the warehouse? Can we sneak in and get out safely?" An inexplicable sense of uneasiness surged in my heart, as if some danger was lurking in the darkness, waiting for us. My heart was pounding, and sweat was soaking my back. Shit, we were discovered. Before Jack and I sneaked into the warehouse, we repeatedly checked the movements of Sam and his group. They seemed to be going to town to restock supplies, giving us at least 2 hours of gap. According to intelligence, this warehouse is the secret base of Sam's gang, and it is very likely that there is evidence of their smuggling of cultural relics. We must get it to bring Sam down and make him pay for his crimes. Jack and I trust each other, and our years of friendship and support enable us to respond quickly in times of crisis. The warehouse was dark and damp, filled with the smell of mold and dust.
Various dilapidated wooden boxes and rusty metal parts were piled up like a maze.
We tried not to make any noise and searched every corner carefully with the dim light from our cell phones. I felt vaguely uneasy, as if something was wrong. Would Sam, such a cautious person, really put something important in such a conspicuous place? Could this be a trap? Just then, a slight sound of metal collision came from deep inside the warehouse. I immediately stopped what I was doing and signaled Jack to stay alert. We held our breath and listened. The sound was heard again, clearer this time, like someone was moving something heavy. There are other people in the warehouse, besides us. Who could it be? Is he Sam's accomplice, or is it someone else? I quickly analyzed the current situation. The warehouse has a complex terrain and is easy to defend, but difficult to attack, which is an advantage for us. But if the other side has more people or weapons, we will be at a disadvantage. The most important thing at the moment is to figure out who the other party is and what their purpose is. I gestured for Jack to come with me and quietly approached the source of the sound. We hunched over and moved slowly along the narrow aisle between the shelves. The light in the warehouse became dimmer and the air became more stuffy, as if something was pressing on my nerves. My hand tightly grasped the dagger hidden in my pocket, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Suddenly, the warehouse door was pushed open and dazzling light shone in. I instinctively raised my arms to shield my eyes and turned to look at the door. Sam. He stood at the door with a few of his men, a sinister smile on his face. They all had guns in their hands, with the black muzzles pointed at us. My brain buzzed and went blank. How so? How did they come back so quickly? Did we fall into their trap from the very beginning? I glanced at the men behind Sam and found that each of them had a playful expression on their face, as if they were looking at two trapped beasts. I realized immediately that we had severely underestimated Sam. He is more cunning and more dangerous than we thought. He let us in on purpose and then caught us in the trap. The strange noises in the warehouse were probably created intentionally by them in order to lure us deeper. My heart sank, and a feeling of despair came over me. We are surrounded and cannot escape. Jack also realized the seriousness of the situation. His face was pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Sam walked forward slowly, holding a lighter in his hand, lighting the cigarette again and again, and the light of the fire illuminated his sinister face. He looked at us with a smug look on his face, like a hunter looking at prey caught in a trap. There was a dangerous smell in the air, foreshadowing what was about to happen. Sweat dripped down my forehead and stung my eyes. Damn, that was not a good sign. Sam had a sickening smug grin on his fat face, like a cat eyeing a mouse caught in a trap. The thugs behind him were all ferocious looking, holding weapons in their hands, blocking the exit of the warehouse. Jack was beside me, his face pale, but his clenched fists showed that he hadn't given up yet. I quickly glanced around, my mind racing. Fight hard. There is no chance of winning. The only way is to outsmart it. In the corner of the warehouse were piled some oil drums and rags, which looked like flammable materials. An idea flashed through my mind. Create chaos and escape in the chaos. I glanced at Jack and used my eyes to indicate what was happening in his corner of the warehouse. He understood and nodded slightly. We have to be careful. Sam is no fool. Since he set a trap, he must have been prepared. We pretended to give up resistance and slowly moved towards the corner. From the corner of my eye, I noticed that Sam's eyes narrowed and the smile on his lips faded a little. He noticed it. Get started. Sam gave the order, and the thugs immediately swarmed forward. Damn it, the plan was disrupted. I cursed inwardly, and picked up an iron rod beside me to block the oncoming attack. Jack also picked up a piece of wood and joined the battle. Although these thugs are numerous and powerful, they look like a mob with no organization or rules. I tried my best to avoid their frontal attacks and look for their weaknesses to counterattack. Jack's fighting ability was also strong. We stood back to back and barely managed to hold off their attack. However, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and we gradually felt that we were unable to cope with the situation. My arms began to ache, and my breathing became rapid. Sweat beads appeared on Jack's forehead, and his movements began to slow down. We must find a way to break through. I looked at the oil drum in the corner of the warehouse again, feeling extremely anxious. If we could light those oil drums, there might be a glimmer of hope. Just then I felt a strong wind blowing from behind. Not good. I instinctively dodged to the side, and an iron rod flew past my shoulder. I looked back and saw a burly thug rushing towards me with a grin on his face. I gritted my teeth and rushed forward, waving the iron rod. However, his strength was much greater than I expected, and my iron rod was easily deflected by him. He kicked me in the abdomen, and I immediately felt my internal organs churning, and the pain was unbearable. I fell to the ground and struggled to get up, but I felt so weak. The thug came over with a grim smile, raised the iron rod and prepared to give me a fatal blow. At this critical moment, a sharp break sound was heard at the door of the warehouse, followed by a burst of arrogant laughter. This laughter, I am so familiar with it. My heart sank, and an ominous feeling came over me. Could it be him? The warehouse was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood, and Raymond's wild laughter was still echoing in his ears. He thought he had won, but this would be the grave of Jack and me. I glared at him angrily, my heart pounding, not only because of anger, but also because of fear. Jack was just a child. I had to protect him and find a way to survive. There is no doubt that Raymond cannot be trusted. From the time he designed to frame me, to the time he is pressing me step by step now, his purpose is obvious: to kill me and silence me, so that there will be no future trouble. I must always be vigilant, as any hint of luck may lead to our downfall. Despair came like a tide, almost swallowing me up. At this moment, my hand unconsciously reached into my pocket and touched a small, cold, hard object. It was Raymond's personal seal found in the basement of the casino. It is beautifully crafted, cool to the touch, and made of some kind of jade. At that time, I didn't know what it was used for, but I thought it might be one of the clues to reveal Raymond's crime, so I put it in my pocket. At this moment, this seal gave me hope. I closed my eyes, concentrated, and focused my consciousness on the seal. My ability to be reminded of something started to take effect, and fragmented images appeared before my eyes. Raymond was holding the seal and pressing a mechanism in a hidden corner. Wait, organ. My heartbeat suddenly quickened. Could it be? The picture became clearer and clearer, and I saw it. In the corner of the warehouse, behind an inconspicuous wooden box, there is a secret door. This seal is the key to open the secret door. I suddenly opened my eyes, and a feeling of joy of escaping from a desperate situation surged in my heart. I quickly pulled Jack along, avoiding Raymond's sight, and quietly approached the corner. I glanced around nervously, making sure no one had noticed our actions. Raymond's men were all gathered in the center of the warehouse, watching us vigilantly, but their attention was mainly focused on me, and they didn't notice the little movements of Jack and me. I held my breath and aligned the seal with a groove in the wooden box. With a slight click, the secret door slowly opened, revealing a dark passage. I was delighted and pulled Jack to go in. Just then I felt a chill on my back. Raymond's voice came from not far away, with a hint of sarcasm. Want to escape? Not that easy. Damn it, he actually noticed it. My heart sank instantly. I looked back and saw Raymond approaching us with several of his men, with bloodthirsty grins on their faces. The entrance to the passage has been blocked by them, and we have no way to escape. I held Jack behind me and forced myself to calm down. The situation is extremely critical. I must find a way to delay time and find a glimmer of hope. I held the seal tightly in my hand. This small seal might be our last hope. My brain was working fast, thinking about how to deal with it. Raymond's men approached step by step, with teasing smiles on their faces, as if they had seen our desperate end. In the warehouse, the air seemed to freeze, and a life-and-death battle was about to begin. The air in the warehouse was stagnant and filled with the smell of mold and rust. Raymond's thugs blocked the only exit, and the black muzzles of their guns were like prey-seeking beasts, ready to tear us to pieces at any time. My heart was pounding so hard it threatened to burst through my chest. Jack's breathing also became rapid, and I could feel his tense muscles and shaking hands. We are trapped. I forced myself to calm down. Panic will not help. It will only lead us to destruction faster. I closed my eyes and tried to recall every detail about this secret passage that I had seen in the flashback scene. The entrance, the guards, the layout of the warehouse. Every scene flashed quickly in my mind, etc. I suddenly opened my eyes, and a glimmer of hope ignited in my heart. I remember that the retrospective showed that these thugs focused their attention on the entrance of the passage. Their position was to prevent us from breaking out from the front, while the defenses on the sides and rear, especially the area near the shelf stacking area, were relatively weak. There was also dust in the warehouse, a thick layer that covered almost everything. This may be our chance to create chaos. I quickly told Jack my idea, and his eyes lit up and he immediately understood what I meant. Good idea. Let's attract their attention first and then... He lowered his voice and quickly added his plan. We started arguing loudly, pretending to be fighting. Are you crazy? This road is totally blocked. I raised my voice deliberately, my tone filled with anger and despair. Shut up. Do you have a better idea? Jack yelled back, his voice trembling a little, but more of it was a bluff of toughness. The thugs were indeed attracted by our quarrel. They exchanged glances with each other, as if laughing at our dying struggles, and their vigilance relaxed a little. The time is now. I suddenly grabbed a pile of rags on the ground and threw them towards the flammable materials piled in the corner of the warehouse. At the same time, I took out a lighter and lit it with a click. The dry rags were instantly engulfed by the flames, and the fire quickly spread to the wooden boxes and cardboards nearby. The warehouse was suddenly filled with flames and thick smoke. The accumulated dust was swept up by the heat waves of the flames and spread throughout the warehouse, forming a gray barrier that blocked the thugs' vision. Coughing and cursing were heard one after another. The thugs were caught off guard by this sudden change. They waved their arms in panic, trying to disperse the thick smoke and dust in front of them. Jack and I looked at each other, seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, crouched down and quickly rushed to the left side where the thugs' defense was weak. We pushed aside the debris that blocked our way and stumbled through the smoke-filled area, our hearts beating violently in our chests. I didn't dare look back. I could feel the flames behind me getting more intense, and the temperature in the warehouse getting higher and higher. We must escape from here as soon as possible. Outside the warehouse, fresh air hit my face, and I breathed in greedily, as if my lungs were re-energized. I pulled Jack into a narrow alley, and we huddled against the wall, trying to calm our pounding heartbeats. I glanced back at the burning warehouse, and felt a sense of unease. What consequences will this fire cause? How would Raymond react? I feel that a bigger crisis may have just begun. The warehouse smelled of dust and sweat, and my lungs were on fire. The chase just now almost exhausted my strength. Damn, Raymond reacted much quicker than I thought. I leaned against a pile of worn wooden boxes, breathing heavily, my mind racing. Jack's condition was not much better than mine. He covered the scratches on his arm, and his face was pale. I looked around and confirmed that we were surrounded. Outside the warehouse there was a sea of Raymond's men. All of them looked ferocious and had weapons in their hands. Fight hard? It's like hitting a rock with an egg. Escape? It's just wishful thinking. I have to calm down and analyze the current situation carefully. First of all, Raymond's target was me. He wanted the document back, and Jack was just implicated by me. Secondly, although Raymond is ruthless, he probably doesn't want to make things worse. After all, he still has business to do, and too much bloodshed will only attract unnecessary attention. Thinking of this, a plan came into my mind. I touched the wooden box next to me, and a familiar feeling of touching the scene and evoking emotion came over me. I saw what the warehouse looked like in the past. Bustling workers, mountains of goods. Wait, what is that? In the corner of the warehouse, there seems to be an entrance to the basement. I tried hard to recall what I had just seen, determined the location of the entrance, and saw the intricate passages in the basement. This is an opportunity, although I don't know where the basement leads to. It's better than sitting and waiting for death. I looked at Jack and whispered, "We have to take a gamble. There is an entrance to the basement here." Jack followed my gaze, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Basement? We know nothing about that place. What if it's a dead end? I took a deep breath and explained, "We have no other choice now. Raymond will not let us go easily. Instead of surrendering, we might as well give it a try. Also, I have a feeling that there may be some secrets hidden in the basement." I'm referring to the strange feeling I had when I touched the items in the warehouse. The feeling was vague, like a deliberately hidden message. Perhaps the basement was the key to solving the mystery. Jack hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. "Okay, I'll take a chance with you, but we have to be careful. Who knows what's in the basement?" I looked around again, looking for something to distract the enemy. My eyes fell on a pile of oil drums, and a bold idea formed in my mind. I whispered my plan into Jack's ear. After Jack heard this, his eyes lit up, but then he frowned again. "This is too risky. What if?" "There is no chance of that happening," I interrupted him. "We have to trust each other. This is our only way out." I patted Jack's shoulder, my eyes firm. "I know this plan is very dangerous and could lead to disastrous consequences if we are not careful, but we have no way out." I took a deep breath, felt the power brought by the emotional scene, and prepared to give it a try. The shouting outside the warehouse was getting closer and closer, and I knew we didn't have much time left. An inexplicable feeling of tension enveloped me and my palms began to sweat. What's in the basement? Can we escape successfully? All of this is still unknown. I clenched my fists, a desperate determination burning in my heart. The shouting and cursing outside the warehouse became more and more arrogant, and the sound of the iron rod hitting the rolling door was like beating a drum, which made my eardrums hurt. Jack leaned against a mountain of cargo boxes, his face pale, a rusty wrench tightly clenched in his hand. We were surrounded, and Raymond had far more men than we had expected. Fighting head-on is definitely a dead end. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. We must find a way to break the deadlock. Various options flashed through my mind, finally settling on the greasy face of Tony Lopez. Tony, the owner of the underground casino, is greedy and cunning, but also extremely shrewd. I have played against him several times in the casino. Although we are not close friends, he is a complete egoist, and I can take advantage of this. Although Raymond's power is huge, Tony's casino business also needs a stable environment. If the Raymond family dominates, Tony's interests will inevitably be harmed. I think that Tony and Raymond are not united, and there is a delicate balance of power between them. If I could make Tony aware of the threat Raymond posed, he might intervene. Of course, I can't put all my hopes on Tony. It's a risky move, but it's worth a try. Jack, I lowered my voice. I need you to buy me some time. Jack was stunned for a moment. What are you going to do? I need to contact Tony Lopez. Jack frowned even more tightly. Are you crazy? How could that old fox help us? He'll help for his own benefit, I explained. Raymond's expansion is not good for him, and we need to make him realize that. I quickly analyzed the current situation. Although Jack is quite skilled, he is outnumbered. A head-on fight would only result in both sides suffering losses. If I let him create some chaos and attract the thug's attention, I can take the opportunity to find a way to escape or contact the outside world. It's risky, but it's our only hope. Listen, Jack, go out through the small door at the back and make some noise to attract their attention. Buy me 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. Jack hesitated, but finally nodded. I know he knows in his heart that this is our only way out. He took a deep breath, picked up the wrench and walked to the back of the warehouse with his back bent. I started rummaging through the warehouse, hoping to find tools to communicate with the outside world. The warehouse was dimly lit and filled with clutter. I searched almost every corner, and finally found an old-fashioned telephone in one corner. The phone line had been torn and the receiver was badly damaged, but it looked still usable. With shaking hands, I dialed the casino number, praying that Tony was still there. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. A rough voice came. Who is this? I'm looking for Tony Lopez, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. Soon Tony's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me you are. Aiden, I said straight to the point. I'm in the dock warehouse, surrounded by Raymond's men. Raymond? Tony's voice was filled with doubt. Why did you mess with him? It's a long story. I briefly explained the situation and emphasized the potential threat that Raymond's growing power would pose to Tony's casino business. Tony, you should understand that if Raymond controls the entire pier, your business will also be affected. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment, and I could sense Tony weighing the pros and cons. I know that greed and caution are his biggest weaknesses, and also my biggest bargaining chips.
I'll send someone to check out the situation, Tony finally spoke, with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness in his tone. But I can't guarantee anything.
I know, I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as your people can get there, it will be enough. I hung up the phone and a huge weight was lifted off my chest. Although Tony's commitment is uncertain, it at least gives us a glimmer of hope. The shouting outside the warehouse suddenly became more intense, mixed with the harsh sound of metal colliding. I know Jack has already started. I hid in the shadows, waiting nervously, waiting for the turning point of fate. There was a tense atmosphere in the air, like the calm before the storm. I had an inexplicable premonition that something was about to happen. The sound of gunfire, shouting, and heavy objects falling mixed together and was deafening. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of gunpowder and sweat. I clung to Jack, observing the surroundings. Tony's men arrived faster than I expected. It seemed that he attached great importance to that batch of goods, or he was very afraid of Raymond. The current situation is very unfavorable to us. Both sides are not easy to deal with. We are like two ants sandwiched between giant beasts, and may be crushed at any time. I thought quickly. Tony was obviously after the goods, and Raymond was targeting us. Tony's people didn't know us, which was an advantage. As for Raymond, although he has seen us, in this chaotic situation, as long as we are careful, we should have a chance to get away with it. Jack, follow me, and try to move to the edge of the crowd without attracting attention, I whispered. Jack nodded, his face a little pale but his eyes still calm. I understand his fear, but now is not the time to be afraid. We must remain calm to find a chance to escape. We took advantage of the chaos in the crowd and moved step by step towards the warehouse door. I noticed that in the corner of the warehouse there were some boxes covered with canvas. Curiosity drove me to open a corner, and what was inside was not cargo, but some documents and photos. I took a quick look and found that these documents seemed to record the activities of a secret organization. I had actually seen some of the people in the photos on the news. They were all well-known figures in the political and business circles. This discovery shocked me and made me realize that we were involved in a more complicated incident than we had imagined. That's probably why Raymond was so determined to find us. I replaced the canvas and winked at Jack. He understood what I meant immediately, and we quickened our pace. Just as we were about to reach the door, a figure blocked our way. It's Raymond. His face was full of anger, and he had a gun in his hand, pointing it at Tony. "Tony, you'd better hand over those two guys or I'll make you and your casino disappear." Tony sneered and pulled out a gun as well. "Raymond, do you think I'm afraid of you? These goods are mine. No one can take them away." The tension between the two men grew stronger and stronger, and a war was about to break out. I felt Jack's body tremble, and my heartbeat began to speed up. We were trapped again, and this time in a more dangerous situation. I secretly glanced at the warehouse door, which was blocked by Tony and Raymond's men. It seems that it is impossible to force our way in. I had to figure out another way.
My eyes fell on a vent on the top of the warehouse. That might be the only way out.
I pulled Jack's sleeve and pointed to the vent. He followed my gaze. Just as Raymond and Tony were about to open fire, a loud noise suddenly came from the warehouse. Sweat soaked my shirt as I stared into Raymond's face, which was twisted with rage. He knew he was exposed. Tony's men were ready to make a move. Raymond's bodyguards also took a defensive posture, and the air was filled with gunpowder. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I must let more people know Raymond's true face. I quickly glanced around. Tony and Raymond's men totaled at least 30 people, in addition to many passers-by who were attracted by this sudden confrontation. These people are my target. My ability allows them to witness Raymond's crimes with their own eyes. Jack stood beside me and whispered to me, "What do you want to do?" I took a deep breath and said, "I want everyone to know Raymond's true identity. Help me hold them off and buy me some time." Jack nodded with a firm look in his eyes. "Leave it to me." I knew that although Jack looked cynical, he was absolutely trustworthy at the critical moment. He has stabbed his brothers many times. I had to act quickly. My mind flashed back to the documents in Raymond's study safe, documents that documented his collusion with high-ranking police officials, gangland dealings, and even evidence of serial murders. There was also the ordinary-looking pen on his desk, which contained a tiny camera that recorded how he threatened witnesses. These are all key evidence. Some people in the crowd began to whisper, curious about the sudden quarrel. I took the opportunity to dash over to Raymond's desk and snatch up the pen. I closed my eyes, concentrated, and imagined the terrified eyes of the threatened witnesses and their helplessness in being forced to change their testimonies. When I opened my eyes again, I saw the crowd around me began to riot. They saw it. They saw Raymond's ugly face. Someone exclaimed, "He actually threatened the witness." How despicable. I struck while the iron was hot and grabbed an ashtray on the table. This ashtray was taken by Raymond from a victim's home. I once secretly used my ability to read its memory and saw the scene of Raymond committing the crime. I took a deep breath, pressed my hands tightly against the ashtray, and recalled that bloody night. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. They saw it. They saw how the innocent victim fell in a pool of blood. "Murderer!" someone shouted. Raymond's expression became even uglier. He pointed at me and shouted at the top of his lungs, "You are talking nonsense. You are framing me." "Frame you?" I sneered, pointing at a suitcase on the ground. "What's in it? Do you want us to take a look?" I knew that the suitcase was full of cash from Raymond's transaction with the gang. Raymond's bodyguards immediately surrounded me and tried to stop me. At this time, Jack moved. He rushed into the crowd like a cheetah and knocked down the bodyguard who was in front with one punch. "If you want to touch Aiden, you have to get past me first," Jack roared. A melee broke out. Tony's men also joined the fight, and the scene was in chaos. I must seize this opportunity to uncover more of Raymond's crimes. I rushed towards the suitcase and Raymond's bodyguards tried desperately to stop me, but they were blocked by Jack. I took a deep breath and reached out my hand. Where will this sudden chaos lead? Can Jack and I escape unscathed from the encirclement? The sound of gunfire gradually became less frequent, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. I held onto the wall, gasping for breath. The melee just now was simply a nightmare. Although Raymond's men were numerous and powerful, their offensive power had obviously weakened since Tony turned against them. I glanced at Jack, who was simply bandaging a scratch on his arm. His face was pale, but his eyes were still firm. I must admit that Tony's defection was crucial for us. At first, I was skeptical about his transformation. After all, he and Raymond had worked together for a long time. But I analyzed the situation at that time. Raymond's power was collapsing, and everyone was pushing him down. Tony chose to turn from darkness to light at this time, which was the most advantageous option for him. Besides, Jack also thinks Tony can be trusted, and he knows Tony better than I do. Although I remain vigilant, I choose to trust Jack's judgment. After all, we now need to unite all the forces that can be united. As it turned out, our judgment was correct. Tony's joining not only enhances our combat effectiveness, but more importantly, he holds many unknown secrets of Raymond, which enables us to quickly expose Raymond's crimes and dismantle his rule. Seeing the soldiers who were chasing us start to hesitate and waver, some even lay down their weapons. However, just when I thought everything was about to end, Raymond showed up. He stood on a high platform, holding an oddly shaped metal device in his hand, and a crazy smile on his face. My heart tightened, and an ominous premonition came over me. "Do you think you've won?" Raymond's voice was hoarse and sharp, echoing in the empty hall. "I tell you, the game has just begun." He raised the device in his hand. "If you dare to take another step forward, I will activate it. Then everyone will be buried with you." My breath hitched. "What is this device? What power does it have?" Raymond's tone didn't sound like he was bluffing. I looked at Jack, and his expression was even uglier than mine. We are now faced with a difficult decision. Continuing to fight Raymond could lead to what he called a disaster, but if he backed down, all his previous efforts would be wasted, and Raymond would likely use the device to continue doing evil. I was thinking quickly, my brain racing. Since Raymond took out this device, it means he has no other cards in his hand. This may be our last chance. But the unknown nature of this device makes me feel deeply afraid. We are gambling, and the stakes are everyone's lives. "Raymond, calm down." Tony stood up and tried to persuade Raymond. "You have already lost, don't do anything stupid again." Raymond laughed wildly. "Lose? I, Raymond, have never known what it means to lose. You ants, you don't understand my plan at all." His fingers were tightly clasped on the start button of the device. The air seemed to freeze, and everything around me became unusually quiet. Only Raymond's heavy breathing and the flashing red light on the device struck my nerves one by one. My heart was beating wildly, and my palms were sweating. I felt like I was standing on the edge of a cliff with an abyss beneath my feet. If I wasn't careful, I would be crushed to pieces. Fear and doubt came over me like a tide, drowning me. What exactly is this mysterious device? The screams of the crowd hit my eardrums like waves, and fear spread quickly like a virus. The screams of the crowd hit my eardrums like waves, and fear spread quickly like a virus. I forced myself to calm down and took a deep breath. The cold air poured into my lungs, making my confused mind a little clearer. The device in Raymond's hand flashed with an eerie light which seemed to have life, leaving a burning afterimage on my retina. I have to stop him, but how? My mind flashed quickly with the fragmentary information I had obtained through the ability of evoking emotions through scenes, a blurry laboratory, crazy scientists, and huge energy fluctuations generated when the device was activated. This information was disorganized, but it made me vaguely feel that once this device was activated, the consequences would be disastrous. Raymond had a crazy smile on his face, but there was a barely perceptible nervousness deep in his eyes. This made me realize that he might not be as confident as he seemed, and that the device might have weaknesses, or that he didn't fully understand how to use it. I glanced at Jack beside me. His face was also full of worry, but his eyes revealed determination. I whispered to him, "Jack, we have to find a way to take that device. You keep his attention while I get behind him." Jack immediately understood what I meant. He took a deep breath, took a step forward, pointed at Raymond and shouted, "Raymond, are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? You are courting your own destruction." As I expected, Raymond's attention was immediately drawn to Jack. He glared at Jack angrily, the device in his hand trembling slightly, which further confirmed my guess. He was not as calm as he seemed on the surface. "Now, the time is now." I held my breath, crouched down, and carefully moved behind Raymond. My heart was beating so hard it seemed like it was going to burst out of my chest. The surrounding noise seemed to be blocked out, and in my world there was only Raymond and me, and the dangerous device in his hand. I was getting closer and closer to Raymond and could almost feel the heat radiating from him. I slowly reached towards the device, my fingertips almost touching its cool metal casing. Suddenly Raymond turned around, his eyes as sharp as a hawk, as if he could see through all my disguises. He grabbed my wrist and twisted it hard, and I felt a sharp pain. "Do you think I'll be fooled so easily?" Raymond's voice was low and hoarse, full of sarcasm. I clenched my teeth and didn't utter a single groan. I knew I had to hold on and not let him see my pain and fear. I raised my other hand suddenly and hit him hard in the abdomen. Raymond groaned and leaned back slightly, and I took the opportunity to break free from his grip. We wrestled with each other, and the crowd around us scattered in fear, screaming one after another. I clearly realized that this would be a life and death struggle, and I had to do my best. Otherwise, all of us would be buried here. I was breathing heavily, and my heart was pounding as if it was going to jump out of my chest. The red number on the device finally stopped at 0 and stopped flashing, and the world seemed to become quiet as well. I collapsed on the ground, feeling exhausted, but my tense nerves did not relax at all. Raymond's face turned pale, as if he had swallowed a fly. He cursed with gritted teeth and waved his hand to order an intensified attack. I had to find a way to get out. Jack fought hard beside me, but he was outnumbered and had bruises all over his body. I looked around, assessing the situation. Raymond's men are well trained and have good teamwork. We have no chance of winning if we continue to fight hard. I noticed a closed metal door not far away. If I could go in, maybe I could buy some time. I took a deep breath and yelled to Jack, "Jack, cover me. Let's get behind that door." Jack didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the metal pipe beside him and smashed it at the approaching enemy, opening a narrow passage for me. I knew time was running out, so I didn't dare to delay and immediately stood up and ran towards the metal door. The enemy's firepower was fierce. Bullets whizzed past me, and I felt like death was chasing me. But I have to take a gamble. This is our only way to survive. Finally, we rushed to the metal door. I pulled the door handle hard, but it didn't budge. It was obviously locked. Jack shouted anxiously, "Aiden, what should we do?" I glanced at the device and a thought suddenly occurred to me. Just now, when I recalled the scene of the device manufacturing, I noticed that the manufacturer used a special magnetic lock, and the key to close the device was actually magnetic. I immediately put the key on the door lock, and with a click, the door lock opened. I pushed the door open, pulled Jack in, and quickly closed the door. Behind the metal door was a narrow corridor, and we were safe for the time being. I leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, trying to calm my pounding heart. Jack's injuries were serious. I simply treated his wounds and began to think about the next course of action. Although we have temporarily escaped Raymond's pursuit, we are still in danger. Where is this place? How do we escape? These questions are like a tangled mess, entangled in my mind. Just then, My eyes fell on the device in my hand. Although the crisis has been resolved, I still feel like something is wrong. I looked at the device carefully, and suddenly, a tiny notch caught my attention. The scratch is so shallow that I wouldn't have noticed it if I hadn't looked closely. I somehow rubbed the mark with my fingers, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity came over me. This feeling is like a vague memory from my childhood, a fragment buried deep in my memory. I tried hard to recall, but I couldn't remember the specific details. I only remembered that it seemed to be a rainy night, a blurry figure, and a similar scratch. What is going on? What connection do this device, this inscription have with me? My intuition tells me that behind this seemingly insignificant detail lies a huge secret. A secret that may be closely related to myself or even the entire world. I have to figure this all out. I know that this is not only to satisfy my curiosity, but also to solve the long-standing doubts in my heart, and to find my true identity and destination. And this may be more dangerous and confusing than the crisis just now. The aftermath of the explosion was still reverberating in my mind, but what haunted me even more was the symbol on the device. It looked like some kind of ancient writing, and was strikingly similar to the vague patterns in the fragments of my childhood memories. I have to figure out what is going on. Jack and I returned to the police station. The archives room smelled of dust and paper, and I felt like I was looking for a needle in a haystack. Jack is a trustworthy partner. We must start with the symbol. Perhaps we can find a similar pattern in the police files. We flipped through countless files and calluses formed on our fingertips. I kept asking myself, what does this symbol represent? What is its connection with that mysterious device? What does it have to do with me? Jack was always by my side, encouraging me and helping me look up information. Finally, in a long-forgotten file, I found a pattern that was extremely similar to that symbol. This file records the case records of a deceased legendary agent. The photo in the file shocked me. The face of this agent was somewhat similar to a vague figure in my memory. Could it be? What does he have to do with me? I had to find out more about this agent. I remember old Mark once mentioned this legendary agent. He should know something. Mark has been retired for many years, and I heard that he doesn't like to be disturbed, but since it concerns my life experience, I have to take the risk. I have to find a way to get him to talk. If I ask him directly, he will probably refuse. I decided to take the dossier with me, which might convince him. When I met Mark, he looked defensive as expected, and I could tell he didn't want to talk about the past. I judged that he should be a person who valued evidence, so I handed him the file, pointed to the symbol on it, explained to him my connection with this symbol, and emphasized that I had no bad intentions, but just wanted to understand my past. Mark stared at the file for a long time, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. Finally, he sighed and slowly told the story of this legendary agent. He told me that the agent disappeared while investigating a mysterious case, and this case might be related to my life experience. Mark's words made me more certain that there must be some connection between my childhood, the mysterious device, and this legendary agent. I also thought of someone, Elizabeth White, who was my teacher in the orphanage. She has always taken good care of me. Maybe she knows something about my childhood. Jack and I found Elizabeth. She looked much older than I remembered. When she saw us, she seemed very nervous and clenched her hands tightly. I guess she might know something but was afraid to say it. I had to make her believe me, and I told her sincerely that I just wanted to know my past and solve the mystery that had troubled me for years. After my repeated requests, Elizabeth finally spoke. She said that I often had nightmares when I was a child. There were some strange symbols mentioned in the dreams, and I would cry out some incomprehensible words. She tried hard to recall and drew on paper the symbols I mentioned in my dream. The symbols were almost exactly the same as the symbols on the device and in the archives. Looking at the symbols on the paper, my heart began to beat faster. I felt that I was getting closer and closer to the truth. but I also had a premonition that a greater danger was approaching. Elizabeth's description reminded me of some fragmented images, scenes from my dreams, and vague sounds. I knew that I had to enter that state again, reassemble those dusty memory fragments, and uncover the truth. And I know that the only place that can make me touch the scene and feel the emotion again. My heart was pounding, and the flashbacks were sticking in my mind like broken glass. A mysterious organization, figures in black robes, strange rituals. I am almost certain that my childhood was not as simple as I imagined. It was shrouded in a layer of fog, and this fog seemed to be closely connected with this serial murder case. The information Elizabeth provided was true, and although I remained wary of her, at least on this point her interests were aligned with mine. To uncover the truth, Jack was leaning against the window with a frown on his face. He was analyzing the scene I saw after being touched by the scene. Some kind of cult, he whispered to himself. Those rituals look like some kind of sacrifice. I rubbed my temples and felt a headache coming on. Jack's speculation made me uneasy. If this was true, then my life experience might be more complicated and darker than I thought. I had to figure out who I was, what my connection was to this organization, and why I was abandoned. We have to be careful, I said. Elizabeth warned us that there are people who don't want us to investigate. I looked around, and this shabby hotel room suddenly felt suffocating. I began to doubt whether it was a wise choice to choose this place as my base. It was too easy to be monitored. I agree. Jack walked up to me and patted my shoulder. What should we do next? I pondered for a moment and decided to start with that mysterious organization. Since my ability to recall memories allows me to see fragments, perhaps I can find more objects related to my childhood and piece together a more complete picture. We need more clues, I said. I want to go back to the orphanage where I grew up. Maybe we can find something there. I wondered if the director of the orphanage, the kind-looking old lady, knew something. Were the stories she told me about my parents true? Thinking about it now, everything is full of doubts. Jack nodded in agreement. Okay, we'll set off early tomorrow morning. Just then, I noticed something flashed in the reflection of the rooftop opposite. It was a metallic reflection, like the lens of a telescope. My heart sank suddenly, and an ominous premonition came over me. I immediately pulled Jack down and hid under the windowsill. What's wrong? Jack asked in a low voice. Someone is watching us, I whispered, my heart pounding. I just saw a reflection on the roof of the opposite building. Jack's face also became serious. We all know what this means. Our every move is under the control of others, but we have no idea who the other party is or what their purpose is. This fear of the unknown is more terrifying than any known danger. We remained silent, and the atmosphere was filled with tension. I tried to calm myself down and analyze the situation. Since the other party chooses to monitor, rather than take direct action, it means that they have some concerns, or they are still waiting for the opportunity. In any case, we cannot sit idly by. I took a deep breath, my mind racing as I thought of a strategy to deal with the situation. We must get out of here as soon as possible and find a safer place before the other side takes action. But we can't show too much panic, so as not to alert the enemy. As night fell, the room became dark. I quietly walked to the window and looked at the rooftop of the opposite building again. The reflection disappeared, and I clenched my hands into fists. A chill ran from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. I know a storm is coming. The cold wind scraped across my cheeks like a knife, and I couldn't help but wrap my coat tighter. Jack and I hid in the shadows on the street corner. The sneaky figure flashed by again, confirming our previous guess. We were being watched. I thought to myself, Raymond, or that mysterious organization, or maybe both. Raymond knew that I had been investigating his secrets, so it was not surprising that he sent someone to monitor me. But what about that mysterious organization? Why are they spying on me? Could it be that they have already noticed that I was tracking them? I felt like a prey caught in a net, The net was tightening, making it hard for me to breathe. I must speed up the investigation. Otherwise, not only will the mystery of my life not be solved, but the lives of Jack and I may be threatened. Jack looked at me worriedly. What do we do now, Aiden? Sophia is starting to doubt you too. Sophia. She has always been a conscientious detective with a keen nose for evidence. She is now investigating the connection between me and the key evidence. She must have discovered something suspicious. I couldn't blame her. After all, my behavior was indeed suspicious. I hid my background and my ability to be emotionally moved by things I saw, which made her doubt me. I had to find a way to protect myself and avoid getting her involved in this dangerous vortex. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. Jack, let's split up. You stay at the police station and try to delay Sophia's investigation and prevent her from finding out too much. I'll go look for clues about that mysterious organization. Jack frowned. This is too dangerous, Aiden. You alone. I know. I interrupted him. But we have no other choice now. Trust me. I will be careful. Although Jack was worried, he knew that what I said was right, and he patted my shoulder, agreeing with my plan. I know Jack's concerns, and I know what I'm about to face, but in order to solve the mystery of my life and to survive, I have to take the risk. I closed my eyes, concentrated, and tried to recall the blurry image. That was the scene I saw when I touched my father's relics and my ability to be reminded of something was triggered. It was an abandoned building, eerie and scary. I tried hard to capture my feelings at that time, hoping to find more clues from them. The outline of the building gradually became clear, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity came over me. I am sure that there must be some connection with a mysterious organization there. I opened my eyes, having already made a decision. I have to go there and find out what secrets are hidden there. I quickly left Jack and headed in the direction I remembered. On the way, I kept observing my surroundings to make sure I was not being followed. I understand that my every move may expose my whereabouts, so I must be extra careful. After some twists and turns, I finally found the abandoned building. It was more dilapidated than I had imagined, with mottled walls, broken windows, and an eerie atmosphere. There was silence all around, so quiet that it was eerie. I hesitated for a moment. Should I go in? This is most likely a trap. But if I don't go in, I will never solve the mystery of my origins. I took a deep breath and told myself not to be afraid. I approached the building cautiously, carefully observing the movements around me. Suddenly, a strong feeling of uneasiness came over me, and my intuition told me that something was wrong here. I stopped, held my breath, and listened carefully to the sounds around me. There was a tense atmosphere in the air. My heart began to beat violently, and an ominous premonition enveloped me. I felt like a prey about to fall into a trap. Everything around me seemed extremely strange, as if something was watching me in the dark. The smell of gunpowder and blood mixed in the air, irritating my nerves. I leaned against a broken wall, and my heavy breathing was particularly clear in the silent abandoned building. Although Raymond's minions were numerous and powerful, they were just a mob after all. I took advantage of the complex terrain inside the building and defeated them one by one, and I gained the upper hand. It was just that his left arm was grazed by a stray bullet, causing burning pain and slightly restricting his movements. I glanced at the encrypted communicators scattered on the ground. This thing was more advanced than the ones I had encountered before, and perhaps it could reveal more secrets about that mysterious organization. Raymond obviously underestimated me. He thought he could trap me with the human wave tactic, but he didn't expect that I would turn around and make use of this ruined building. He was too eager to catch me and get something from me. I have to get out of here as soon as possible. Raymond is very cunning. Since he can set an ambush, he must have a backup plan. I looked around, looking for the best way to break out. The wall on the east side is badly damaged and leads to an alley that is rarely visited and is a good choice. Just when I was about to go all out, The sound of sirens pierced the night sky. Damn it, I cursed inwardly. How could it be so fast? Could it be that Raymond had already predicted that I would come here and notified the police in advance? The beam of light from the police car pierced the darkness, illuminating the entrance to the abandoned building. Sophia rushed in with a team of police officers. She saw me at a glance with a complicated look in her eyes, including surprise, anger, and a hint of emotion that I couldn't understand. "Aiden, stop!" Sophia shouted, her voice echoing in the empty building. My heart sank. Sophia's appearance completely disrupted my plans. I know she is an honest police officer and will never tolerate any illegal behavior, but I couldn't explain my current situation to her at all. How do I explain why I'm here? How do I explain my feud with Raymond? How do I explain this mysterious organization I'm investigating? More importantly, how do I explain the injuries on my body and the weapons scattered all over the floor? I clenched my fists and felt the pain in my palms. I can't be caught. I have too much to do. I must find out the truth and avenge my friend. "Put down your weapons, Aiden. You are surrounded," Sophia shouted again, her tone even more stern. I looked at her with mixed feelings. She was my partner. We fought side by side, through thick and thin. But now she is standing against me and wants to arrest me. What do I do? How should I explain all this to her? I was in a dilemma. On one side is the vicious Raymond and the mysterious organization hidden behind the scenes, and on the other side is the dedicated Sophia and the police pursuit. I felt like a trapped animal, forced into a desperate situation. Various thoughts flashed through my mind rapidly, weighing the pros and cons and thinking about countermeasures. I have to make a choice that determines my destiny, and this choice will determine my future path. Light or darkness, freedom or imprisonment. My heart was beating violently, as if it was going to burst through my chest. I felt unprecedented pressure, which made me feel breathless. Sweat soaked the back of my shirt, and Sophia's cold gaze was like two lasers, as if to pin me in place. My heart was beating like a drum, and the consequences of being taken back to the police station were swirling in my mind. The investigation would be interrupted, Raymond would be at large, or even worse, I might become a scapegoat. Jack's appearance gave me a glimmer of hope. He was trying hard to explain to Sophia the reasons why I acted on my own, but Sophia's face was livid, and she was obviously unmoved. She determined that I had disrupted the scene, violated regulations, and must undergo an internal investigation. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. Panicking won't help. I have to find a way out. Sophia's stubbornness stems from her sense of responsibility for the case and her concern about the contamination of key evidence. And Raymond, the manipulator behind the scenes, is eager to see me kicked out. I must use my only advantage, the ability to be reminded of something by the scene and the clues I currently have, in order to turn the situation around. I looked at Sophia and said in a calm and sincere tone, "I know I violated the rules, and I am deeply sorry for that, but everything I did was to solve the case as quickly as possible. I have some important clues that I need to show you right away. These clues are directly related to key evidence, believe me. This can prove my innocence and help us catch the real murderer." I paused, watching Sophia's reaction. She frowned slightly. I continued, "I know you are worried about the evidence being contaminated, but I promise that my ability will not cause any physical damage to the evidence. I only need to touch it to obtain the relevant memory fragments, which are enough to prove my inference." Jack also chimed in, "Sophia, Aiden's ability is indeed extraordinary. He helped us find key evidence before. Give him a chance. Maybe he can bring us an unexpected breakthrough." Sophia was silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. The sound of sirens came closer and closer, and the reinforcement police car had arrived. I knew I had to convince her as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be too late once I was taken back to the police station. Okay, Sophia finally spoke, her tone still serious. You can show your abilities in the police station, but if you're playing tricks, I'll make you pay. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least I had gotten a chance. In the interrogation room of the police station, I carefully touched the key piece of evidence, an old pocket watch. A tingling sensation like electricity instantly spread throughout my body, and blurry images emerged in front of my eyes. Raymond's furtive figure, a secret meeting of a mysterious organization, some creepy rituals. I described to Sophia and Jack what I had seen in as much detail as I could, including Raymond's connection to the mysterious organization and the terrible actions they were planning. Sophia's expression gradually changed from suspicion to shock, and Jack was also stunned. When I talked about how Raymond used the power of this mysterious organization to plan this case step by step, Sophia stood up suddenly with anger burning in her eyes. She stared at me closely and asked in a hurried tone, "Is this all true? Are you sure what you saw is real?" I nodded firmly and looked into her eyes. "I guarantee on my life that every word I said is true. I know it sounds incredible, but I can prove it with my ability." I was interrupted by Sophia before I finished my words. She paced back and forth, seemingly engaged in a fierce ideological struggle. I can feel that the balance in her heart is slowly tilting. I breathed a sigh of relief. Sophia's tense shoulders finally relaxed and she agreed to let me continue my investigation, which was much easier than I thought. After all, she is a rational person, and the evidence is right in front of her, so she has no choice but to believe it. I promised that all actions would be carried out under the supervision of the police station, which made her feel much more at ease and saved me from the fate of being suspended. I know Sophia's concession is a stopgap measure. She gave me a time limit and I had to come up with solid evidence as soon as possible. Otherwise my career would be over. I glanced at Jack, and there was excitement in his eyes, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. I reminded myself that it was too early to be happy and the difficulties we faced were far more complicated than we had imagined. When I got back to the office, I immediately started to organize the existing clues. There are many suspicious points in Raymond's death. The mysterious organization he investigated during his lifetime may be the mastermind behind it. The power of this organization seems to have infiltrated the police station, and our every move may be monitored. I have to be extra careful, otherwise the next accident may befall Jack and me. I was about to retrieve Raymond's call records, but found that the police system was unusually slow. Jack also discovered the problem. He tried to log into the database, but it showed access denied. We knew immediately that something was wrong. "Damn it, the system has been hacked." Jack cursed and his face turned blue. I forced myself to calm down and quickly checked the system logs, and found that some key files had been deleted, including Raymond's call records and some important witness testimonies. These deleted files are the key to our subsequent investigation. The enemy's actions were swift and precise. They were obviously well aware of our investigation and had planned it in advance. "They want to stop us from finding out the truth," I said in a deep voice, a chill rising in my heart. There must be a mole inside the police station, and this mole may be of a very high level. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to hack into the system and delete the files so easily. We are now walking on the edge of a knife, and if we are not careful, we will be doomed. I realized that it was no longer safe to rely on the police department's resources. We must find new clues. I imagined Raymond's apartment, where perhaps some of the materials he had collected privately were still preserved. "Jack, let's go to Raymond's apartment," I said decisively. "Maybe we can find some backups of the deleted files there." I knew this was a risky decision, as Raymond's apartment might have been thoroughly searched by the police or even cleaned out by the murderer, but we have no other choice. Before leaving the police station, I made a detour to the archives room, using the excuse of looking through some old case files. but in fact I did it to confirm a guess. I found a hidden camera in the corner of the archive room, with the lens facing my desk. My guess was confirmed. There was indeed someone inside the police station monitoring us. I left the archive room calmly, becoming even more alert. In the evening, Jack and I arrived at Raymond's apartment. The apartment door was locked and had a police seal on it. Jack took out a lock-picking tool from the toolbox and opened the door lock in just a few seconds. We entered the apartment cautiously. The house was in a mess and had obviously been thoroughly searched. I looked around trying to find some clues. Suddenly, my eyes fell on a photo frame on the desk. In the frame was a photo of Raymond and a young woman with a pretty face and a sweet smile. I picked up the photo frame and found a small note on the back with a string of numbers and an address written on it. My heart beat faster. This string of numbers and address might be the key clue we are looking for. Where does it point to? What secrets will be revealed? I have a vague feeling that we are getting closer to the truth, but also closer to greater danger. I took a deep breath and calmed my nervousness. Jack stood next to me, also looking serious. In front of us was a slightly dilapidated two-story building. The mottled walls and rusty iron doors revealed the owner's embarrassment. This is the home of Laura Miller, Raymond's childhood neighbor, and a key figure in our trip. There is a blank in Raymond's past, and we must find a breakthrough. Laura is one of the few people who might know something about his childhood. I know it's not easy to pry information out of a stranger, especially about a sensitive past. I have to be careful and tread carefully. I rang the doorbell and heard a burst of rapid dog barking from inside the house, followed by slow and heavy footsteps. The door opened, and an old woman with gray hair and a haggard face appeared in front of us. "Who are you? What's the matter?" She spoke in a stiff tone with obvious weariness. I think Laura has lived alone for a long time and is full of distrust of the outside world. Asking Raymond directly will only make her more vigilant. I decided to lower her defenses first. "Hello, Mrs. Miller. We are reporters investigating an important case that may be related to your former neighbor Raymond Green. We want to know something about his past, which is very important to us." Laura's eyes became more alert. "Raymond, what are you looking for him for? He hasn't been back for many years." I noticed a hint of panic in her tone, which made me more certain that she knew something. I decided to keep trying. "Mrs. Miller, we know this may be a little disturbing to you, but this is a serious crime and we need your help. We promise not to share any of your information." She hesitated, her eyes darting between Jack and me, as if assessing whether we could be trusted. The barking of the dog in the house gradually weakened, as if it sensed its owner's hesitation. The silence lasted for a long time. When I almost thought she was going to reject us, she finally said, "Come in." There was a faint musty smell in the room, and the furniture was old, and the furnishings were simple. Laura asked us to sit down and made 2 cups of tea. I noticed that her hands were shaking slightly, and I could tell that she was very uneasy. I decided to get to the point. "Mrs. Miller, how long have you known Raymond Green?" "It's been a long time. He has lived next door to me since he was a child." She lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. "Can you tell us about his childhood? Any information would be very helpful to us." She was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke and told a heartbreaking story. Raymond's childhood was full of violence and shadows. His parents often abused him, which led to his withdrawn personality and strange behavior. He often abuses small animals. I was shocked. This was completely consistent with Raymond's cold character that we had investigated before. The shadow of his childhood planted the seeds of hatred in his heart, and also laid the groundwork for his future criminal behavior. Anything else? For example, has he come into contact with any strange people or organizations? I carefully guided the topic. Laura hesitated for a moment, then seemed to have made up her mind. I once saw some people in strange costumes coming to him. They looked very mysterious, and I didn't know who they were. My heartbeat started to speed up which was consistent with the information we had previously investigated about the mysterious organization. It appears that Raymond's connection to the group dates back to his childhood. I pressed for more details, but Laura's memory was fuzzy, and she couldn't provide any more information. I had mixed feelings when I left Laura's house. Raymond's tragic childhood experience made me feel sympathy, but also made me more determined to bring him to justice. His childhood experiences may explain his behavior, but they can never be an excuse for his crimes. The scattered clues of Laura's mention of people in strange costumes and the abuse Raymond suffered in his childhood intertwined into a fuzzy web in my mind. I felt that I was getting closer and closer to the truth, but at the same time I also felt that an inexplicable danger was approaching. I suddenly remembered a sentence Raymond once said, "Pain is the best teacher." This sentence confused me at the time, but now I think maybe he was referring to his childhood abuse experience. If this is true, then the place where he spent his childhood might hide more secrets about him. And the mysterious organization. This thought gave me a flash of inspiration. Perhaps I should go back to the place where Raymond spent his childhood. Maybe there I could find the key to solving the mystery. My heart was beating fast and my back felt cold. The image of Laura's home kept flashing through my mind. The vague symbol, the outline of the old building, and Raymond's frightened eyes as a child. I'm sure we touched something that we shouldn't have touched. That mysterious organization is larger and more dangerous than I thought. Jack also looked a little uneasy. He kept rubbing his hands and frowning. "We're being followed." He lowered his voice, and there was a barely perceptible nervousness in his tone. I nodded to show that I had already noticed it. As soon as I left Laura's house, I felt that someone was watching us secretly. At first I thought it was an illusion, but the feeling of being on edge became stronger and stronger, forcing me to be on high alert. The other party was very professional and hid well, but some subtle signs still exposed their presence. A figure flashing by the street corner, and vehicles appearing repeatedly in the rearview mirror. I quickly analyzed my current situation. First of all, who is following us? Are you a member of a mysterious organization or other forces? I tend to prefer the former. We have touched their secrets, and they will naturally take action. Secondly, what is their purpose? Surveillance? Warn? Or more directly, clearing? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but shudder. We have to get rid of them, I said firmly. Now is not the time to be afraid. We need to stay calm and find ways to cope. Jack nodded in agreement. Where to? I pondered for a moment, and a place emerged in my mind. The old town of the city, where the streets were narrow and the alleys were intricate. An ideal place to get rid of tracking. Moreover, it is more convenient for us to hide there and observe the opponent's movements. Old Town, I said. Drive there and try to take the smaller roads. Along the way, I kept an eye on the situation behind me and kept changing routes to try to confuse the pursuers. Jack's driving skills are also quite good, and he can drive freely in crowded streets. After a few thrilling turns, I felt that the vehicle following us seemed to have been left behind. But I know this is only temporary. Now that the other party has set their sights on us, they will not give up easily. We must find that symbol and building as soon as possible, and figure out the truth behind it all, to truly get out of danger. We parked the car in an inconspicuous cafe in the old town and found a corner seat. I ordered 2 cups of coffee, and looked out the window while thinking about my next move. That symbol lingers in my mind. It looked ancient, like a symbol of some religious or mystical ritual. I took out my phone and searched for some relevant information, but found nothing. It seems that this symbol is not as simple as I thought. As for the building, I only saw a vague outline in the flashback, like some kind of church or castle. Its location is also vague. We only know that it is in a remote place. We need to find more clues, I said to Jack. That symbol and that building must be the key. Jack nodded, pulled out a notebook, and began recording the information we had so far. We listed all the clues and analyzed them one by one. Symbols, buildings, Raymond, mysterious organizations. There must be some connection hidden behind these seemingly unrelated elements. Just when we were at a loss, my eyes fell on an old map on the wall of the cafe. It was a map of the old part of the city, with some ancient buildings and landmarks marked on it. My heartbeat suddenly quickened and an inexplicable premonition came over me. I pointed to a location on the map and said to Jack, "Look here. Does it look like the building we saw in the flashback?" Jack leaned in for a closer look, and his eyes lit up. "Very similar. The name of this building is..." He paused and read out a strange name, a name that made me feel creepy. A chill ran from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. I know that we are getting closer to the truth, but also closer to danger, and that ancient building is like a huge abyss, waiting for us to explore, and also waiting to swallow us up. Sweat soaked my shirt and stuck to my back. Raymond, that sinister guy, stood outside the encirclement with a disgusting smug smile on his face. "You've walked into a trap, Aiden," he said slowly, as if he was sure of victory. "I knew you would come." I looked around and saw that there were at least 20 of Raymond's men, all holding weapons, surrounding us tightly. This is not a good sign. I glanced at Jack and his face also became serious.
"We have to find a way to get out, but also to get into that building and find the answers we need."
I noticed some abandoned pipes and dilapidated walls scattered around the building, which might be useful. Although Raymond's men were numerous, they were too scattered and seemed to be too confident in their own advantages. And most importantly, Raymond has set up a tight net here, which means this place is also very important to him, and he will not destroy this building easily. I took a deep breath, and a plan gradually formed in my mind. I need Jack's cooperation, and I have to use my ability of evoking emotions through sight. "Jack," I whispered, "see those pipes and walls? We can use them as cover as we move closer to the building. Remember, our goal is to get inside the building. Don't fight." Jack nodded to show that he understood what I meant. I deliberately raised my voice and shouted to Raymond, "Raymond, do you think you can trap us like this? You are too naive." My provocation really worked. Raymond's men immediately became agitated, and some even began clamoring to charge forward. Raymond had a gloomy face and waved his hand, signaling his men to remain calm. While their attention was drawn to me, I quickly touched a rusty pipe next to me. An electric sensation instantly spread throughout my body, and the structural information of the building emerged in my mind. Pipes, walls, vents, every detail was clearly presented in front of my eyes. I found it. There is a weak spot on the east side of the building. If we can get there, we can blast a hole and get inside. "Jack, follow me," I shouted in a low voice and moved to the east first. As I ran, I kept touching objects around me to get more information about the buildings, the history of the building, how it was built, and even its weaknesses gradually came to my grasp. Raymond's men reacted and started chasing us. Jack and I used pipes and walls as cover to avoid their attacks. My ability to be emotionally connected with things played a crucial role in this chase. I can predict the structure of the building, find the best escape route, and even sense the enemy's position in advance. Finally, we arrived at our destination. I took the explosives from Jack and placed them on the weak wall. "Are you ready?" I asked. Jack nodded firmly. Boom! With a loud bang, a big hole was blown in the wall. Jack and I rushed in without hesitation. Entering the building, we found ourselves in a dimly lit corridor. The air was filled with a damp and musty smell, which made people feel very uncomfortable. There are tightly closed doors on both sides of the corridor, and no one knows what secrets are hidden inside. My ability to be reminded of something seems to be disturbed here, and I cannot clearly perceive the surrounding environment. An inexplicable feeling of uneasiness came over me, and I knew that the real challenge had just begun. My heart was pounding, and I felt my blood was boiling. Damn it, Raymond. He really has a problem. The cooperative attitude he showed before, and the grief-stricken look, were all disguises. Why did he want to destroy this place? Is it to cover up the truth, or simply to kill us? I glanced at Jack. His face was livid and his teeth were clenched. He was obviously trying to digest this sudden change. Now is not the time to analyze Raymond's motives. Saving your life is the most important thing. I quickly glanced around. Rubble and dust covered the sky, and the buildings made teeth-grinding groans, as if they would collapse completely at any moment. I judged that the south wall seemed to be more stable and would not collapse in the short term at least. Moreover, I vaguely remembered that the entrance was not far to the south. Now I can only take a gamble. Jack. South. Hurry, I shouted and ran south first. Jack followed without hesitation. I have to trust him. In this time of crisis we can only rely on each other. Although I had suspected it before, judging from the shocked expression on his face when he saw those documents and ritual items, I don't think he is Raymond's accomplice. Besides, if he was, he could have just struck us when we were off guard. There was no need to wait until now. We ran all the way, dodging falling rocks and beams. I mobilized all my senses, trying to find a way out of the chaos. The ability to be moved by the sight has become a burden at this moment, and the constant influx of fragmented images gives me a splitting headache. The screams, sirens and hideous smiles of gang members from 20 years ago. These images flooded my brain like a tide, making it almost impossible for me to think. I shook my head violently, forcing myself to focus. Exit. I must find the exit. Aiden, be careful. Jack suddenly shouted. I subconsciously lowered my head, and a huge stone slab flew past my scalp and hit the ground behind me hard. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. If I had been a step slower, the consequences would have been disastrous. Thanks, Jack. I looked at him gratefully and continued running forward. We were getting closer to the exit, and I could even see a faint glimmer of light. Hope is right in front of us. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a huge crack appeared in the ground beneath our feet. I watched helplessly as Jack's feet disappeared, and he fell to the ground. Jack, I exclaimed and threw myself desperately to the edge of the crack and looked down. The crack was so deep that all I could see was darkness, with no sign of Jack at all. Jack, where are you? I shouted, but all I got in response was a hollow echo. My heart sank to the bottom. Is this what Jack is like? No, I can't give up. I must find him. I looked around for a way down. However, the surrounding walls kept collapsing, and there was no safe place to go down. Just when I was despairing, I noticed a thick pipe next to the crack, extending all the way to the bottom of the crack. This may be the only hope. I took a deep breath, held onto the pipe tightly, and began to climb down. The pipe was very slippery, and my palms were sweaty, but I didn't dare relax at all. I have to go down and find Jack. I climbed down the pipe bit by bit. Darkness swallowed everything around me, and I felt as if I was in a bottomless abyss. Fear, anxiety, despair, all kinds of emotions intertwined together and almost overwhelmed me. I had no idea what was waiting for me down there, or if Jack was still alive, but I had only one thought. I must go down. This pipe seems to connect hope and despair, and also connects the fate of Jack and me. The choking smell of dust and gravel filled my nostrils and my lungs burned. Damn, I must have broken at least 2 ribs. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to stay awake. Jack didn't look well either. His left arm hung limply, and his face was frighteningly pale. I looked around quickly. The beam above my head is crumbling and may fall down at any time. We were trapped in this ancient building that was crumbling. The ability to be reminded of something emotional saved my life at a critical moment. When I accidentally touched the wall earlier, I saw the complete structure of the building, like an architectural documentary on fast forward. Now I have to rely on those fleeting images to find a way to survive. I closed my eyes and tried to recall the scenes. Although the building was crumbling, some parts of the structure could still hold up for a short time. The wall on the east side is relatively intact, and the abandoned pipes on the west side can serve as temporary cover. I remember that there seemed to be an exit blocked by rubble in the northeast corner of the building. I opened my eyes and looked at Jack. "We have to get out of here. Follow me." Jack gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. I judged that although Jack was injured, he was still conscious and reliable, and I had to rely on him to escape together. We used the abandoned pipes and remaining walls as cover and moved towards the northeast corner. Every step was extremely difficult, and rocks from overhead fell like raindrops, forcing us to remain vigilant at all times. Jack's injuries increased the burden on his movements, and I had to take care of his safety at all times to prevent him from being hit by falling rocks. This forced me to slow down. "Be careful." I grabbed Jack, and a huge rock brushed past his shoulder and fell, making a big hole in the ground. Jack gasped in shock and gave me a grateful look. "Thanks, Aiden. We have to hurry," I urged. As I moved, my hand accidentally touched a cold stone slab. There were some strange symbols engraved on the surface of the stone slab, and I instinctively pressed my hand on it. The ability of being reminded of something by the scene was activated again, and I saw a man in a robe placing this stone slab here. Then I saw him activate some kind of mechanism, and the wall behind the stone slab slowly opened, revealing a hidden passage. Could this be the hope of escape? I was overjoyed. I immediately told Jack about this discovery. "Look, here." We worked together to move the stone slab away, and sure enough, a dark passage appeared behind it. There was a damp air in the passage, and no one knew where it led. The appearance of this passage was so sudden that I couldn't help but hesitate. This passage looks very old, and we have no idea what dangers may be inside. But the falling rocks overhead were becoming more and more frequent, and we didn't have much time left. I took a deep breath and looked at Jack.
Let's go in. I didn't ask Jack's opinion because I knew we had no choice but this passage.
Jack said nothing, but nodded firmly. I shone the beam of my flashlight deep into the passage. It meandered downward and disappeared into the darkness, like a giant beast ready to devour its prey, waiting for us to step into its belly. I felt a little uneasy, and an inexplicable premonition came to my mind. This passage might be more complicated than we imagined. The shock wave of the explosion knocked us over, my ears started ringing, and dust and debris rained down. Jack and I supported each other and stumbled out of the collapsing building. Fresh air filled my lungs, and I breathed in greedily, feeling a sense of relief for having survived the disaster. We have to get out of here quickly. I looked around, and this area seemed to be behind the building. It was sparsely populated, and there were a few crooked trees standing alone. Jack covered his arm, his face pale, probably because of the explosion just now that injured him. "Are you okay?" I asked. "It's okay, just a minor injury." He gritted his teeth and said, "We have to find evidence to prove Raymond's crime. Otherwise all this will be in vain." I nodded, my eyes falling on the pieces of paper scattered nearby. The pieces of paper looked like they were torn from a document and had some numbers and account information printed on them. I picked up a few sheets and pieced them together, and found that it seemed to be a record of some kind of fund flow. The amount involved was huge, and the account names were very secretive. My intuition tells me that this may be the clue we have been looking for, and perhaps it can reveal the true identity of the mole in the police station. I immediately realized the importance of these fragments and knew that Raymond would not let us go easily. He will stop at nothing to prevent us from bringing this evidence back. We had to leave as soon as possible, but we couldn't leave the pieces behind. I carefully gathered the fragments and put them in my inner pocket. "Jack, we have to go. Raymond will catch up soon."
Almost at the same time I said this, the roar of the engine came closer and closer, becoming clearer and clearer.
My heart sank and I thought to myself, This is not good. Raymond's motorcade appeared, at least 4 or 5 black SUVs, driving towards us like a pack of ferocious hounds. Damn it, Jack cursed. It looks like we can't get away that easily. I quickly glanced around, trying to determine the escape route. There was no cover nearby, just a few trees and a patch of low brush.
A head-on confrontation won't work. We have to outsmart them.
I noticed a narrow alley, not far away, with some sundries piled up at the entrance. Maybe I could take shelter there temporarily. Jack, come with me. I pulled him up and ran towards the alley. Raymond's motorcade was approaching. He got out of the car, holding a gun in his hand, and yelled at us with a ferocious look on his face. You can't get away. I will make you pay for your previous actions. We ducked into an alley, where a pile of debris blocked Raymond's view. I knew it was just a stopgap measure, and they would be here soon. I have to find a way to delay time and create a chance to escape. I looked around and saw a rusty iron gate deep in the alley. I didn't know where it led to, but it was better than just sitting there and waiting to die. Jack, let's go from here, I said, pointing to the iron gate. We pushed open the heavy iron door together, and a musty smell hit us. Behind the door was a dark and damp passage. We didn't know where it led to, but we had no choice at the moment. We entered the passage and heard Raymond's roar and his men's shouts behind us. I knew they would catch up soon, and this chase was far from over. After groping in the dark for a while, we finally found the exit and escaped from Raymond's pursuit. I let out a long sigh, feeling exhausted, but I knew we had to get back to the police station as soon as possible. Those document fragments may be the key to uncovering the truth. However, in the police station, how many secrets are there that we don't know about? And how many ghosts like Raymond are lurking in the dark, waiting for us? I felt a little uneasy, and an ominous premonition came to my mind. After escaping Raymond's pursuit, Jack and I almost collapsed in the police car. As I drove back to the police station, my head was buzzing as if countless bees were flying around. Raymond's appearance is by no means accidental. He has accurate knowledge of our whereabouts, which means there must be a mole in our group. In the police station's locker room, Jack and I sat opposite each other, and the air was filled with a solemn atmosphere. We've been tricked, Jack. I rubbed my temple. From the beginning, our investigation has been obstructed. Raymond is just the tip of the iceberg. Jack nodded, his face grim. I've realized that too. The question now is, who is the traitor? I pondered for a moment, and 2 figures emerged in my mind. Civilian Officer James Harris and Senior Agent Robert Green. James is usually taciturn and is responsible for organizing files, with access to a large amount of confidential information, while Robert is in a high position of power and has the ability to mobilize resources and cover up the truth. They are both suspects. I suspect James and Robert. I looked Jack straight in the eye. We need to find evidence. Jack thought for a moment and said, if we investigate them directly, we might alert them. We need to find a way to test them. A plan gradually took shape in my mind. Let's spread fake news, I whispered, saying that we have found the headquarters of the mysterious organization and are about to take action. Good idea, Jack's eyes lit up. If there is a traitor among them, they will definitely find a way to inform the other party. We made a detailed plan. I was responsible for spreading the false news, while Jack was responsible for secretly observing James and Robert's reactions. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, I pretended to be excited and told everyone in the police station that we were about to solve a big case and that we had already locked down the headquarters of the mysterious organization. I deliberately observed the reactions of the people around me. Most people just expressed congratulations, but Robert turned extremely pale and his eyes flickered, as if he was trying hard to hide his inner uneasiness. This deepened my suspicion of him. Next, I decided to use my ability to be inspired by the scene to investigate James further. I took advantage of him not noticing and secretly touched the office supplies he often used: keyboard, mouse, telephone handset. When I touched his phone receiver, a string of vague numbers and a deep male voice appeared in my mind, with a tone full of anxiety and command. I tried hard to recall and finally piece together the string of numbers. This is an unfamiliar number, and I have a strong feeling that the owner of this number is related to a mysterious organization. I quickly wrote the number down in my notebook. At the same time, Jack also made a discovery. He told me that after hearing the false news, Robert immediately hid in his office and did not come out for a long time. Jack suspected that he was making phone calls or sending emails to pass on messages to the outside world. All signs indicate that James and Robert are inextricably linked to the mysterious organization. However, we need more solid evidence to bring them to justice. In order not to alert the enemy, we decided to hold off for the time being and continue our investigation secretly. I handed over the mysterious number that James frequently contacted to the technical department and asked them to track the source of the number and the call records. As night fell, the people in the police station gradually dispersed. Jack and I sat in the empty office, sorting through the clues we had collected. Outside the window, the city lights flicker, as intricate as a maze. We are getting closer and closer to the truth, Jack. I looked at the night view outside the window with a firm tone. Jack nodded, a determined gleam in his eyes. I will stay with you until all criminals are brought to justice. Just then, my cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated. I picked up the phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. I had a bad feeling in my heart. My heartbeat quickened suddenly. Although James's action of sending the message was covert, it did not escape my eyes. While Jack was still talking about our fictitious raid plan, I was secretly thinking about what to do next. James, this guy who has been working under our noses for so long, could he be the mole we are looking for? He is the most likely suspect, but my intuition tells me that things may not be that simple. If he was a mole, why would he send the message so blatantly? Isn't he afraid of being discovered by us? Maybe he is spreading false information to confuse the real mastermind. Or is he just a pawn being used? I decided to hold off and continue to observe. Jack and I agreed that as soon as the meeting was over, we would privately check James's phone to confirm what messages he had sent and to whom. We must proceed with caution and not alert the enemy before we have solid evidence. The traitor is hiding very deeply. If we are not careful, all our efforts will be wasted and even our own safety will be endangered. After the meeting, I took James's phone from him on the pretext of checking the minutes. Thank you for your hard work, James. Go ahead and do your work. I'll return the phone to you later. I tried to speak in a calm tone so as not to arouse his suspicion. As soon as he left, Jack and I checked James's text messages. Sure enough, during the meeting just now, he sent an encrypted message to an unfamiliar number. We tried to decrypt it but were unsuccessful. It seems that this traitor is more cunning than we thought. Just when we were at a loss, the phone at the police station suddenly rang. The police officer who answered the phone looked uglier and uglier. Finally, he looked at us and said in a serious tone, "Officer Aiden, Officer Jack, you have been anonymously reported for fabricating evidence during the investigation. Captain Sophia wants you to go to her office immediately. Falsifying evidence? This is absolute nonsense." I immediately realized that this was a counterattack by the insiders. They noticed our actions, so they took the initiative and wanted to kick us out. At this moment, I felt a chill on my back. This traitor was not only cunning, but also cruel and ruthless. Jack and I exchanged glances, and both saw shock and worry in each other's eyes. Our current situation is very unfavorable. The anonymous report has put us in a passive position, and we do not have any evidence to prove our innocence. What's worse is that we don't even know who the enemy is or where they are hiding. I took a deep breath and tried to keep myself calm. The most important thing now is to find out who is behind this, and what their purpose is. James?
The mysterious recipient of the text message.
Or is it someone else? All the clues are like a tangled mess. tangled together, and making it difficult for me to make sense of them. "Come on, Jack, let's go meet Captain Sophia," I said, trying to sound calm, but my heart was filled with anxiety. "I know this will be a tough battle, and we must handle it carefully. Otherwise, not only will the investigation fail, but we ourselves may be in danger. This anonymous report is like the calm before the storm, foreshadowing a greater crisis to come. Report anonymously? Haha, this is a cruel move. That old fox Sophia started investigating Jack and me." I rubbed my temple. It was clearly aimed at us. It must be the work of an insider. Jack sat opposite me with a serious look on his face. We both knew that time was running out, and we had to speed up the process of finding the traitor. "Aiden, who do you think it is?" Jack's voice was low and a little anxious. I shook my head. There was no point in doubting anyone now, and it would only make me lose my composure. The most important thing now is to keep calm and not lose our composure. Since the traitor has taken action, it means they are getting anxious. We have to take advantage of their own tactic. Jack's eyes lit up. "You mean?" "That's right. Let them think we're being held back by the investigation so they can let down their guard and show their hand," I analyzed. "The mole will probably take advantage of our hassle to further destroy our evidence, or simply kick us out, so we have to act like we're really affected by the investigation. I have to admit that acting is not my strong point, but I can't care about that now." In the next few days, Jack and I deliberately acted absent-minded in front of Sophia, sighing from time to time to create an atmosphere of impending storm. Sophia was fooled. There was a hint of pride in her eyes when she looked at us, as if she had already won. "Jack, remember the mysterious number James contacted? I have to check its details." I activated my sight ability, closed my eyes, and the scene of James making the call emerged in my mind. The touch of my fingertips, the smell of the air, and even his nervous breathing at the time were all clearly presented in my perception. A strong electric current surged through my body, and I opened my eyes suddenly. The owner of the number appeared clearly in my mind. Carol Stone, a gang member. "Found it. It's Carol Stone from the gang," I said excitedly. This was undoubtedly an important clue. "Great. We have to find him." Jack stood up immediately. Following the clues, we tracked Carol all the way to her hiding place, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The dilapidated iron door was covered with rust, and the air was filled with damp and moldy smells. We carefully sneaked into the warehouse, which was filled with clutter, dimly lit, and depressing. After a careful search, we found the key evidence in a locked metal box, several documents with Robert Green's name and details of his transactions with the gang. "With these, it's enough to bring him down." Jack's voice trembled slightly with excitement. I nodded, but felt vaguely uneasy. Things seemed to go too smoothly, as if someone had deliberately placed the evidence there for us to discover. Could it be a trap deliberately set by an insider? The thought gives me chills. Anyway, now that we have enough evidence, it's time to move on to the next step. I have a feeling that this storm is coming, and we are standing at the center of it. This game has just begun. My heart was pounding, and my palms were sweaty. Robert Green, the mole we have been tracking for months, is now standing in front of the conference table with a pale face. His voice of sophistry is getting weaker and weaker, and he's finally drowned out by the overwhelming evidence. I secretly glanced at Jack, and the corners of his tight mouth rose slightly, and I knew we made the right bet. The joy of victory surged into my heart like a warm current, but before I could savor it, a chill ran up from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. The door of the conference room was violently pushed open, and Carol, Robert's mistress and the daughter of a gangster boss, rushed in with a group of ferocious gangsters. They held various weapons in their hands and looked fiercely at everyone in the conference room. My head was buzzing as if countless bees were flying around. How so? How did Carol know about our actions today? Is there another traitor among us? I quickly glanced at the other people in the conference room, The chief's face was livid, and the other police officers looked shocked and terrified. I noticed that Officer Smith, who was sitting in the corner, had his eyes flickering, as if he was deliberately avoiding my gaze. Smith, could it be him? He has always been opposed to Robert's investigation, and has a close relationship with Robert. My intuition tells me that he is most likely the second mole. Jack obviously also noticed Smith's abnormality. He approached me quietly and whispered, "Something is wrong. We must find a way to get out." I nodded. The current situation is extremely unfavorable to us. It is definitely not a wise move to confront it head-on. We must protect ourselves first before we can find an opportunity to turn the situation around. "Carol, what are you doing?" the director asked, with forced calmness, his voice trembling slightly, and he was obviously caught off guard by this sudden change. "Let him go." Carol ignored the director. She stared at us with cold eyes, and her tone left no room for questioning. Her eyes stayed on Jack and me for a moment, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth, which made me more convinced that she was well prepared. My brain was working rapidly, thinking of a countermeasure. If we resist now, it will undoubtedly be like an egg hitting a rock. But if we surrender, Robert will most likely be rescued by them, and all our previous efforts will be wasted. I have to find a balance that can delay time and ensure our own safety. Carol, Robert has broken the law, and we must follow the law. I tried to make my tone sound calm and firm.
You barging in like this will only make things worse.
"Stop talking nonsense," Carol interrupted me impatiently. "I just want the people. I don't care about anything else." She waved her hand, and the gang members behind her immediately stepped forward and surrounded us. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. The situation is very complicated now, and I have to be careful, as every decision I make may affect the final outcome. I noticed that the windows of the conference room were not completely sealed. Perhaps we could find a breakthrough there. I winked secretly at Jack, and he nodded understandingly. Just as I was about to take further action, the lights in the conference room suddenly went out, and the entire room fell into darkness. My heart sank suddenly, and a strong feeling of uneasiness came over me. Is this sudden change a blessing or a curse? Sweat dripped down my temples, and my heart was beating like a drum in my chest. Carol, the notorious gang leader, actually broke into the police station with a group of rabble. They came with ill intentions. All of them looked ferocious and had weapons in their hands. I saw through their purpose at a glance: to kidnap Robert Greene.
Damn it, we all underestimated the courage of these desperados!
I glanced at Jack beside me. His face was ashen, and he obviously realized the seriousness of the problem. Although other colleagues in the police station were also well-trained police officers, the other side had more people and more firepower, and a head-on confrontation would only cause unnecessary casualties. We must outsmart them. My brain was racing, thinking of coping strategies. I know the layout of the police station by heart, and that may be our advantage. I can use corridors, stairs, offices, and other terrain to set up some traps and catch them off guard. "Jack," I said in a low voice, "gather all the reliable police officers immediately and ask them to bring bulletproof vests and enough ammunition. Remember, they must be absolutely reliable. We can't let the gang spies infiltrate." Jack nodded solemnly and immediately turned around to carry out my order. I trust his judgment. He knows who to trust and who to be wary of. While Jack was gathering people, I started setting the trap. I asked some police officers to pile up miscellaneous items at the corners of the corridor as cover, so that they could give the gang members a head-on blow if they approached. I asked another group of police officers to set up tripwires at the stairs, connected to some flammable and explosive items. As long as someone triggered the tripwire, it would cause an explosion, hindering their progress. I also increased the police presence around Robert Greene's cell to ensure that nothing could go wrong. When everything was ready, I took a deep breath and tried to keep myself calm. I know that the upcoming battle will be extremely brutal, and if we are not careful we will pay a heavy price. But I have no way out. I have to protect my colleagues and keep this city safe. Not long after, Jack returned with a dozen fully armed police officers. Their eyes are full of determination. "Everyone, take your positions," I ordered in a low voice. "Remember, our goal is to delay time and wait for reinforcements. Don't fight too long, conserve your strength." The police officers quickly dispersed, hid in their respective positions, and waited for the enemy to appear. Time passed by minute, and the air was filled with tension. Suddenly, a noisy sound of footsteps broke the silence and the gang members appeared. They searched for Robert Greene like a pack of hungry wolves. Bang! A gunshot broke the deadlock. One of the gang members accidentally triggered a tripwire we had set up, causing an explosion. Immediately afterwards, gunshots and explosions rang out one after another, and the entire police station fell into chaos. We followed the predetermined plan and took advantage of the terrain to ambush the gang members. For a moment, there was gunfire and flames in the police station. I calmly commanded the battle, constantly adjusting tactics and striving to break the enemy's offensive. After a fierce battle, we successfully repelled some gang members. The gunfire died down. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and my ears were buzzing. Looking at the gang members lying on the ground, I breathed a sigh of relief, and my tense nerves relaxed a little. We successfully repelled the first wave of attacks and captured a few people alive. Carol and Robert were blocked by Jack and I at the end of the corridor. They looked pale and terrified. I must admit, I felt a surge of pleasure at the look of panic on Carol's face. This hypocritical guy finally has to pay the price for his crimes. I took out the evidence I had collected, including the account books and recordings of his collusion with the gang, and the testimony of several cases that Robert was involved in, and placed them in front of them one by one. "Carol, do you have anything else to say?" I demanded sharply, observing his reaction. His eyes flickered, and he kept glancing at Robert, as if seeking help. I noticed that Carol's men also began to whisper, and the looks they gave Carol were full of suspicion and hesitation. It seemed that this evidence was enough to undermine their loyalty. I secretly calculated that as long as I could keep the situation stable, I could catch them all in one fell swoop. Carol and Robert are arrested. The gang will lose their protection. The corrupt forces within the police station will be eliminated, and everything will return to normal. Thinking of this, my heart is filled with hope. However, Carol's next move made me feel like I was falling into an ice cave. He suddenly calmed down. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he took out a black remote control from his pocket. I immediately became alert. The remote control looked ordinary, but it made me feel inexplicably uneasy. Carol's eyes swept across us, and finally stopped at my face. He said in a cold tone, "Officer Aiden, do you really think you have won? If you don't release Robert, I will press this button." My heart sank suddenly, and a chill ran from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Could it be that he is bluffing? I tried to remain calm and carefully observed Carol's micro-expressions. His eyes were firm and without the slightest hesitation, which made me realize that he was not joking. I quickly analyzed the current situation. If Carol really detonated the bomb, the entire police station and even the surrounding buildings would be affected, with disastrous consequences. Robert is Carol's only bargaining chip. If we compromise and let Robert go, Carol is likely to escape legal sanctions, and all previous efforts will be wasted. I looked at Jack, and his face was also filled with shock and worry. We are caught in a dilemma, and either choice could have disastrous consequences. I had to make a decision in a very short time. "What exactly do you want?" I suppressed my inner fear and tried to make my tone sound calm. "I need to buy time and think of a solution." Carol sneered and did not answer my question. She just held the remote control tightly in her hand. The atmosphere in the entire police station froze instantly, and the air seemed to have stopped flowing. Only the black remote control in Carol's hand remained, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. Sweat dripped down my forehead and soaked my collar. Carol held the remote aloft, her thumb hovering over the red button, the bright color seeming to mock the powerlessness of all of us. The air in the police station was stagnant, and everyone held their breath, fearing that any movement would detonate the bomb that was hidden somewhere. I have to stay calm. Carol is now in a desperate situation, but he is not a desperado. Robert is still in prison. Detonating the bomb will do him no good, and will only lead to him being buried with Robert. He did this just to increase his bargaining chips and gain a chance of survival. I judged that there was a high possibility that he was bluffing, but behind this damn possibility were the lives of all of us. I have to win this bet. Carol, listen. I tried to make my tone sound calm and powerful. There's no point in doing this. Even if you blow up this place, Robert can't get out. If you have any other requests, we can talk about it. As I said this, I signaled with my eyes to Jack, who was standing behind me. Jack understood what he meant and walked towards the monitoring room calmly. I need to know where the bomb is. It's our only chance of winning. Carol smiled nervously, her eyes full of despair and madness. Talk? What else is there to talk about? You hypocrites. You only know how to lock people up. Robert is innocent. What rights do you have to arrest him? I know Robert means a lot to you, I said, slowing down my voice, trying to comfort him. But you're only going to make things worse. Think about Robert. Would he want you to do this? I had to buy time to give Jack some time.
Every second was precious. My heart was beating so hard in my chest that I felt my voice tremble, but I had to control myself and not let Carol see my anxiety.
Carol's eyes flickered, and she seemed a little shaken. I just want to take Robert away. I don't want anything else. I can help you, I said, trying to sound as sincere as possible, but you have to put down the remote first so we can keep everyone safe. I stared at every subtle change in Carol's expression, hoping to find a breakthrough. He bit his lip, as if he was having a fierce ideological struggle. At this time, Jack whispered to me through the headset, "The bomb is in the basement. I am taking people there." My heart sank. Basement. That is the core area of the police station, where a large amount of evidence and files are stored. If the bomb exploded there, the consequences would be disastrous. I took a deep breath and tried to keep myself calm. Carol, I know you care about Robert very much, and I also believe that Robert is innocent. We can find a way to get him out. But the premise is that you must cooperate with us. Put down the remote control, and let's talk. Carol's eyes fell on Jack behind me. He seemed to have noticed something. You're kidding me. He suddenly raised his voice and pressed his fingers harder on the remote control. I immediately became alert and prepared to pounce at any time. At this moment, Jack's voice came from the headset again. His tone was low and solemn. We found the bomb. His words stopped abruptly, and my heart instantly rose to my throat. But what, I cried in my mind, an ominous feeling coming over me. The bomb's timer stopped at 0003. The room was dead silent, with only our heavy breathing echoing. I collapsed on the ground, my clothes soaked with sweat. Jack's face was pale, but his eyes gleamed with the light of survival. Aiden cheered on the other end of the line. Well done, Jack. You're a hero. I endured the pain in my body and tried to stay awake. Even though the bomb was defused, I still felt like something was wrong. Carol has been unusually silent since she was kidnapped, which is completely different from her previous fierce personality. Was she frightened silly, or is there something else going on? My eyes automatically drifted to Carol. She lowered her head and remained motionless, like a sculpture. I noticed her clenched fists, her knuckles white from the force. My intuition told me that something was wrong with her. Very wrong. I thought about the possibilities. Could Carol be the mole? If so, why would she cooperate with us to find the bomb? Is it to confuse us and make us let down our guard? I moved stealthily, trying to get as close to Jack as possible, so that I could react quickly if anything unexpected happened. Jack seemed to notice my uneasiness, and nodded slightly to show that he understood what I meant. At this time, Robert got up from the ground, staggered to Carol, and said with a trembling tone, "Carol, are you okay?" My heart skipped a beat, and I thought to myself, this is not good. Robert underestimated his enemy. He was completely unaware of the danger Carol could pose. I was about to warn him, but it was too late. Carol's head shot up, and I gasped, realizing immediately that my guess was right. She is pretending. Robert, go to hell. Carol took out a dagger from his body and stabbed Robert with lightning speed. It all happened so fast. Before I could even think, my body reacted instinctively. I wanted to rush over to stop Carol, but I was too far away, and it was too late. Jack was also stunned. He obviously did not expect Carol to suddenly attack and hurt people. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Robert and grabbed Carol's wrist. My eyes widened, unable to believe what I was seeing. The person who caught Carol was James Harris. How come he is here? My mind went blank, and all kinds of questions came flooding in like a tide. Isn't James Harris dead? How did he escape? Why did he save Robert? What is the relationship between him and Carol? My heart beat faster, and an inexplicable feeling of fear came over me. I felt like I had fallen into a huge whirlpool, being pulled by an invisible force towards an unknown abyss. What is going on? James Harris's appearance was like a bomb, creating a circle of astonishment among the crowd. He held Carol's hand tightly, with a complex expression on his face that I had never seen before, like anxiety and like fear. My heart sank, and an intuition told me that James was involved in this matter. Carol is the key witness. If James knows her, or even has some connection with her, then he is likely the spy we are looking for. I have to control him. I looked around and saw Jack coming this way. I quickly gave him a wink and he immediately understood and approached James calmly. I took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said in a calm tone, "Hello, Mr. Harris. Can I talk to you for a moment?" James was obviously stunned for a moment, his eyes flickering, as if weighing the pros and cons. He finally let go of Carol's hand and followed Jack and me to the side. "Mr. Harris, we have some questions for you." Jack went straight to the point in a serious tone. James subconsciously took a step back. I don't know what you are talking about. I know I can't confront him head on. James has worked in the police department for many years, and although he is only a civilian, he is very familiar with the police department's operating procedures and must have some knowledge of interrogation techniques. If he really had any connection with the mole, he would have been on guard. I have to find another way. Mr. Harris, we understand how you feel, but this matter is of great importance, and we need your cooperation. I tried to make my tone sound sincere and calm. Do you know Carol? What is your relationship? James still denied it. His eyes were wandering, and he was obviously lying. I began to recall information about James. He has always kept a low profile and has almost no bad record, but several recent cases seem to have some subtle connection with him. Mr. Harris, we have some evidence that suggests you may be involved in several recent cases, Jack said in a more serious tone. I hope you can cooperate with our investigation and confess. James remained silent, but his breathing became rapid, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. I know he's starting to panic. I decided to use my ability of evoking emotion through sight. I needed a medium that would allow me to understand his inner world, preferably something he carried with him. I noticed the keychain in his hand, an ordinary metal ring with a few keys, and a small metal pendant hanging on it. Can I see your keychain? I asked, trying to sound casual. James hesitated, but finally handed me the keychain. I touched the cold metal gently, concentrating my mind and feeling the fragments of memory left on it. Suddenly, some blurry images came into my mind. A dark basement filled with the smell of damp and mold. A locked iron door with a note on it with a few vague numbers written on it. The silhouette of a man tall and burly, holding a black suitcase. These memories were fragmentary and vague, but they were enough to make me sure that James must know something. That basement, that iron door, that man, all have some connection with this case. I opened my eyes, took a deep breath, and handed the keychain back to James. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Harris." I looked at Jack, my eyes determined. "We have to go somewhere." I told Jack the address I saw in the memory fragment. It was an abandoned factory located in a remote area on the edge of the city. My intuition tells me that the secret place is there. As night fell, Jack and I drove to the abandoned factory. The cold wind was howling. The street lights were dim, and there was silence all around. Only the roar of car engines echoed in the night sky. We don't know what's waiting for us. The gate of the abandoned factory was closed and rusty. The surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, and the air was filled with a rotten smell. I took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy door. In the interrogation room, James's face was pale, and beads of sweat were dripping down his forehead. His eyes flickered, and he didn't dare look directly at me and Jack. The documents on the table, written in black and white, recorded his transactions with Robert and the gang. The evidence is irrefutable, and he cannot deny it. I looked at him, feeling mixed emotions. The brothers who once shared life and death together have now become prisoners. I took a deep breath and suppressed the complicated emotions in my heart. Now is not the time to feel sentimental. Robert is the mastermind behind this, and we must bring him to justice as soon as possible. Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Jack slammed the table and said sternly. James trembled all over and finally spoke, explaining in a halting manner how he colluded with Robert. His motives are simple: money and power. Robert promised to give him a large sum of money after the success and help him find a position in the gang. James was blinded by greed and ultimately betrayed us and justice. I looked at the depressed James and my heart calmed down. His confession confirmed my theory and made me more determined to bring Robert to justice. Walking out of the interrogation room, I breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like a huge rock pressing on my heart had finally fallen to the ground. Robert is very cunning, and this time we have solid evidence, so we will definitely be able to bring him down completely. Thinking of this, I felt a little relieved and felt that all my efforts were not in vain. Jack patted my shoulder excitedly and said, "Well done, Aiden. Now we have something on Robert's hand, and he can't run away." I nodded, but I wasn't as relaxed as Jack. Robert is insidious and cunning. Even if he catches James, he will definitely have a backup plan. We must be more careful to avoid falling into his trap. Just as Jack and I were discussing the next plan of action, a technician from the bureau ran over in a panic and said, "Officer, Aiden, you received an anonymous email. The content is a bit special. You'd better take a look at it." My heart sank, and I had a feeling that something bad had happened. Taking the tablet computer handed to me by the technician, I quickly browsed through the contents of the email. There was no signature in the email, and the first sentence made me feel like I was falling into an ice cave. "Do you know who your real parents are?" The following content shocked me even more. The email described my life experience in detail, some details I had never heard of, and even things that I didn't know myself. My brain was buzzing and I couldn't think for a moment. Who sent this email? Why is she telling me this? My life experience has always been a mystery. I grew up in an orphanage and knew nothing about my parents. Is someone investigating me? What made me even more uneasy was the last sentence of the email. "If you continue to investigate Robert, everyone around you will be in danger. Think about your friends, your colleagues." This naked threat gave me shudders. The other party obviously knew everything about me. He knew my weaknesses and what I cared about. I clenched my fists so tightly that my nails almost dug into my flesh. This is a warning, and also a declaration of war. The other party tried to threaten me with the person I cared about most, and make me give up the investigation. I tried to calm myself down, and began to analyze the current situation. First of all, the authenticity of this email is very high. It is no coincidence that the other party knows the secret of my life experience. Secondly, the other party's purpose was very clear, which was to prevent me from investigating Robert. So, what is the relationship between this person and Robert? Was it Robert himself or his accomplices? Countless thoughts flashed through my mind, and various possibilities intertwined together, making me feel extremely confused. I must find out the ins and outs of this email and the true identity of the other party as soon as possible. But at the same time, I must protect the people around me and not let them get hurt because of me. I took a deep breath, returned the tablet to the technician, and said in a calm tone, "I understand, thank you." Jack noticed my abnormality and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Aiden? What did the email say?" I shook my head and forced a smile. "Nothing, just some private emails. I can't tell Jack the content of the email yet. I need time to sort out my thoughts and develop a response strategy." In the corridor of the police station, the lights were dim and my shadow was stretched out. I feel unprecedented pressure and confusion. This anonymous email is like a time bomb that may explode at any time and destroy everything I have. What do I do? Should I continue investigating Robert or give up to protect the people around me? Anxiety gnaws at my heart like a poisonous snake. The content of that email kept replaying in my mind, like a spell that I couldn't get rid of. The sender claimed to know my background, an area I had never explored, and used this to threaten me to stop my investigation. This was obviously a trick by the mole. He knew I would never put anyone around me in danger. I must find this person as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. The most important thing now is to judge the situation and find ways to deal with it. First, I had to determine the purpose of this email. Is it just intimidation? Or is it a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Or is it a last-ditch effort by an insider when he is left with nowhere else to go? I looked at Jack and Sophia, and their faces were also full of worry. I told them the content of the email and the three of them immediately started analyzing it. Jack is experienced and he thought this was most likely an insider who wanted to use my background to distract me and disrupt the investigation. Sophia also agreed with this point of view. She reminded me that especially at times like this, we should not lose our composure. I agree with their analysis. Since the traitor chose to expose my background at this time, it means he has run out of tricks. He was afraid of my investigation, so he did this. Thinking of this, I felt a little calmer. Fear comes from the unknown. Now that I know the other party's purpose, I can deal with it better. Let's split up into two groups, I suggested. Jack, you investigate the IP address of the email to see if you can find any clues. Sophia and I will continue to interrogate James, hoping to get more information about the mole from him. Jack nodded and immediately took action. He knew that time was running out, and every second was crucial. He operated the computer skillfully, tracking the source of the email, hoping to find a breakthrough as soon as possible. Sophia and I returned to the interrogation room. James remained silent, his eyes filled with fear and anxiety. I understood that he must know something, but for some reason he didn't dare to say it. I decided to use my ability again, being reminded of something. I need to delve deeper into his memory and find out the truth behind it. I touched other items on his body, a shirt stained with his sweat, a pocket watch he often played with, and a pen he always carried with him. My consciousness gradually blurred, and I entered his world of memories. This time I saw some new clips. A vague figure appeared in front of my eyes. He met with Robert secretly. Their conversation was intermittent, but I clearly heard them mention the name of a mysterious person. I have never heard of this name, but it makes me feel inexplicably chilled. I tried hard to see the figure's face clearly, but the image became increasingly blurry and eventually disappeared. I pulled myself out of James's memory, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. "How is it? Any findings?" Sophia asked anxiously. I took a deep breath and told her what I had seen. After hearing this, Sophia fell into deep thought. She realized that this mysterious person might be the ghost we have been looking for. We interrogated James again, trying to get him to tell the name of the mysterious man, but he remained silent, as if his mouth was sealed by some force. As time passed, our mood became heavier and heavier. Just when we were about to give up, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly opened. A police officer walked in with a hint of excitement on his face. "Mr. Aiden, there's news from Jack." The process of tracking the email IP address went much more smoothly than I expected. Jack was indeed a top hacker, and he locked on the location in less than 10 minutes. An abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts of the city. My heart sank. That place was remote and desolate, perfect for harboring filth and dirt. My intuition tells me that this journey will not be easy. Jack also sensed the potential danger and suggested calling the police. I vetoed it. Firstly, if the police intervene, it will only make the matter worse. If the mastermind behind this is alerted, it is likely that the enemy will be alerted, and no other clues will be found. Secondly, I don't want to involve more people, especially the police. I still don't know how deep the secrets about my life in the email are, nor do I know how powerful the mastermind behind the scenes is. I don't want to involve innocent people. We decided to go alone. I checked the self-defense tools I carried with me. A Swiss Army knife, which was better than nothing. Jack brought a bottle of pepper spray, saying it could come in handy at a critical moment. We discussed the secret code and retreat route, and agreed that if the situation went wrong, we would escape separately and reunite in a safe place. While I have my reservations about Jack's fighting abilities, his cool head and technical ability are what I need most right now. I believe in him, just as he believes in me. The abandoned factory was even more dilapidated than I had imagined, with the air filled with pungent chemical smells and dust. We carefully walked through the rusty iron gate with broken glass and rubble underfoot, and we had to be extremely careful with every step. I tried to stay alert, my ears carefully capturing the movements around me, and my nerves were as tense as a fully drawn bowstring. Jack was focused on finding clues. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he did not miss any corner. Under a pile of abandoned machinery and equipment, we found a locked metal box. Jack opened the lock with the tools he carried with him, and inside were some fragments of documents and a few old photos. I picked up the photo and my heart sank. Although I don't know the person in the photo, I can vaguely see my own shadow between his eyebrows and eyes. The contents of the file fragments are mostly incomplete, but we can vaguely piece together some information about my life experience and the name of a mysterious organization, Chimera. I have never heard of this organization, but my intuition tells me that it is inextricably linked to the mastermind behind the email and my confusing life experience. In addition to these, we also found a torn map with a location marked on it, but because the fragments were incomplete, we could not determine the exact location. I have a strong feeling that this place is very important, and it may be the key to solving all the mysteries. Just as we were about to leave with these things, a burst of hurried footsteps broke the silence of the factory. I immediately realized that something was wrong, and grabbed Jack and hid behind a pile of waste materials. Through the gap, I saw a group of people wearing black combat uniforms and holding weapons rushing into the factory. They are well trained and quick in action, and it is obvious at first glance that they are not ordinary thugs. Alarm bells started ringing in my mind. Who are these people? How did they get here? Could it be someone from Chimera? I clenched the Swiss Army knife in my hand, and sweat oozed from my palms. Jack also nervously held the pepper spray, his face pale. We exchanged glances, and both understood how dangerous the situation was. We are surrounded, and the enemy is hostile. They seem to be searching for something, spreading out and carefully checking every corner of the factory. I held my breath and tried not to make any sound. My heart was beating violently in my chest, as if it was going to jump out at any second. I can feel that the encirclement is gradually shrinking, and we don't have much time left. This abandoned factory is like a huge cage, trapping us inside, and those mysterious armed men, like a pack of hounds, are approaching their prey step by step. Sweat ran down my temples, stinging my eyes. Damn, these guys are tougher than I thought. They wore black combat uniforms, gas masks, and held MP5 submachine guns in their hands. They moved quickly and coordinated well, and it was obvious that they were well-trained professionals. Definitely not an ordinary street thug. I cursed inwardly and glanced at Jack beside me. He was also frowning, and his lips were pursed into a straight line. We were trapped in this abandoned factory, surrounded by rusting machines and mountains of debris. The air was filled with a pungent smell of motor oil, making people feel suffocated. I judged that this is definitely a trap set by an insider. The last explosion was the same, clean and neat, leaving no trace. Now they want to shut us up completely. Jack, we have to find a way to break out. We can't just sit there and wait to die, I said in a low voice. Jack nodded, his eyes quickly scanning his surroundings. The pile of containers to the east can be used as a shelter. Let's move there first. I immediately understood what he meant. The abandoned factory has a complex structure and many obstacles, which is both our disadvantage and our advantage. As long as we make good use of these obstacles, we can deal with the enemy and buy time. I took out my walkie-talkie and quickly pressed the call button. Sophia, we have been ambushed in an abandoned factory in the western suburbs. We need support as soon as possible. After saying that, I immediately turned off the walkie-talkie to avoid exposing our position. Action. I growled and ran towards the container in the east. Jack followed closely behind, and we covered each other, using machines and debris as cover to avoid enemy bullets. The enemy's firepower was fierce. Bullets whizzed past our ears and hit the metal plates with a harsh sound. Bang! I seized the opportunity, stuck my head out, aimed at an enemy who was changing magazines, and pulled the trigger decisively. The enemy fell to the ground. Jack also killed one, but the number of enemies was too large. They surged up like a tide and seemed endless. My left arm was grazed by a stray bullet, and the burning pain made me gasp. Jack's situation was not optimistic either. He was shot in the thigh and his movements began to become slow. We were backed into a corner and were running low on ammunition. I felt a sense of despair.
Are we really going to die here?
I forced myself to calm down. Now was not the time to give up. I have to find a way. I have to survive. I looked around for anything I could use. My eyes fell on a pile of oil drums, and a bold idea emerged in my mind. Jack, cover me, I yelled, grabbed an oil barrel and threw it at the enemy. The oil barrel drew an arc in the air and landed among the enemies. Bang! With a loud bang, the oil barrel exploded. Flames shot into the sky. Several enemies were blown away, and there was chaos all around. We rushed out in the chaos and continued to look for cover. I know that this is just a delaying tactic, and the enemy will soon reorganize the attack. We are running out of time, Sophia. Where the hell are you? I felt that my physical strength had reached its limit. My breathing became rapid, and double vision began to appear in front of my eyes. Just when we were about to give up, in the distance, there seemed to be a sound. The gunfire gradually subsided, and the air was filled with smoke and the smell of blood. I held onto the wall, gasping for breath. Sophia arrived just in time. If it weren't for the reinforcements she brought, we would probably have died here. Looking at the mysterious armed men lying all over the ground, I felt a sense of fear in my heart. Sophia walked over to me and asked with concern, "Aiden, are you okay?" I shook my head to indicate that I was fine. "Where did these guys come from?" she asked, pointing at the corpses on the ground. I hesitated for a moment. Judging from their equipment and tactics, they don't look like ordinary gangsters, but more like well-trained mercenaries. We began searching the men's belongings. I noticed a strange symbol on their armbands, like a black crow. I have never seen this symbol before, but my intuition tells me that there must be a bigger secret behind it. At this time, a team member exclaimed, "Boss, come and see." We gathered around and found that he was holding an encrypted communicator in his hand, which contained some information about transactions with gangs and police insiders. This is exactly the key evidence we have been looking for. It seems that this attack was not accidental. They were most likely targeting us in order to prevent us from investigating the truth. The thought that there was a mole within the police department gave me chills. Who is it? Who is secretly controlling all this? I felt the burden on my shoulders was heavier, and I became more determined to find out the truth. Just as we were about to leave this damn place, a loud noise broke the brief peace. The factory gates slowly fell, and the heavy sound of metal collision echoed in the empty factory building, completely blocking us inside. Then, a shrill alarm sounded throughout the factory.
What's going on? Sophia's face changed.
A strong sense of uneasiness rose in my heart, and a feeling of being plotted came over me. I immediately realized that we were ambushed. The enemy had anticipated our coming here, and had set a trap. A team member ran over in panic. "Boss, I found a time bomb." I set the countdown, and it only lasts 10 minutes. 10 minutes. My brain buzzed and went blank. Damn it. They actually activated the factory's self-destruct device. Calm down. Everyone calm down. I forced myself to stay calm and shouted loudly, "We must find the deactivation device within 10 minutes. Otherwise, everyone will die here." I quickly looked around, trying to find a glimmer of hope for escape. This abandoned factory is large and complex in structure, with rusty machines and piles of debris everywhere. Finding the deactivation device within 10 minutes is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Search separately. Don't miss any clues, I shouted to everyone. As time passed, the alarm sounded more and more urgent, striking at everyone's nerves like a death warrant. My heart was beating so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. I tried to stay calm and analyze the current situation. Since the enemy has set up such a sophisticated trap, there must be loopholes. Where is the release device? In what form will it exist? I kept asking myself, trying to find a clue in my chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, my eyes fell on a large control console in the center of the factory. This console looks like the core control system for the entire factory. Could it be that the deactivation device is right there? I walked quickly to the console and began to examine it carefully. The console is filled with various buttons and indicator lights, and the complex wiring is dazzling. Time was running out, and my palms started to sweat. Just then, I noticed a hidden compartment under the console. Sweat dripped down my forehead and broke into 8 pieces on the ground, just like my nerves, which were shattered at this moment. The huge metal frame of the abandoned factory looked like the ribs of a monster in the dim light, oppressing me so much that I couldn't breathe. The air was filled with a pungent smell of chemicals, mixed with the scent of rust and dust, and every breath was like swallowing a warning of death. The sound of the countdown to the explosion was like the low chant of the god of death, striking my eardrums and my sanity again and again. 30 minutes. Now there are less than 20 minutes left. Damn it. I forced myself to calm down. Those days and nights in the police academy and those boring theoretical knowledge now come to my mind like a life-saving straw. There are many types of self-destruct devices, and their detonation methods vary, but they have one thing in common. They all require a trigger mechanism. The enemy activated the self-destruct device to destroy evidence and at the same time to eliminate us. Since they had time to set up the device, the controls for the device are likely located at the factory. It was a crazy gamble, but we had no other choice. Jack, Sophia, I shouted hoarsely, we will split into 3 groups and search the entire factory, find the control terminal, or we will die here together. Jack and Sophia's faces were as pale as paper, but their eyes were unusually firm. We exchanged glances and without further ado, we each ran off in different directions. My heart was pounding, and the sound of my footsteps echoed in the empty factory like death-threatening drumbeats. I tried hard to recall the knowledge of blasting that I learned in the police academy, and analyzed the types of devices that the enemy might choose and where to place them. My ability to be reminded of something is now my only hope. I touched everything in the factory. Cold metal pipes, rusty machines, oil-stained toolboxes, trying to get any clues related to the self-destruct device. The feeling of despair surged like a tide. Time passed by, minute by minute, and the countdown sound became more and more rapid. 15 minutes, 10 minutes. I rushed into a shabby office where the air smelled of rotting paper and ink. My eyes swept over every object in the room. The scattered papers on the floor, the overturned bookshelves, the dusty desks. Suddenly my eyes stopped under the desk. A metal box was half open, with several wires of different colors connected to it. My heart suddenly sank, and a strong premonition came over me. I squatted down and opened the box carefully. Inside was a complex electronic device, with flashing red indicator lights. On a small display screen, bright red numbers were jumping rapidly. 8 minutes. I held my breath, reached out my hand, and touched the cold metal shell of the box. In an instant, countless fragments of images flooded into my mind. A person wearing black gloves was connecting wires and setting passwords. The control panel. That's it. I immediately started trying to crack the code. The enemy is very meticulous, and the password must be complex. I took a deep breath and tried to keep myself calm. My fingers flew across the keyboard, and lines of code poured down like a waterfall. As time passed, my heart beat faster and faster, and sweat blurred my vision. 5 minutes. 4 minutes. My brain was working rapidly, analyzing the enemy's psychology and speculating on the code combinations they might use. Various possibilities intertwined and collided in my mind like a volcano about to erupt. My fingers trembled as I typed in a string of numbers. Wrong. I tried a few more times, still got the error. The feeling of despair came over me again. My breathing became rapid, and everything in front of me began to become blurry. 2 minutes. 1 minute. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind, a detail that I had overlooked. I took a deep breath, and with trembling fingers, I entered the last string of numbers. Sweat slid down my temples and dripped onto the cold metal keyboard. The bright red numbers on the screen finally froze it. I let out a long sigh, and my body seemed to have been drained of all its strength, and I collapsed into the chair. There were cheers of people surviving the disaster all around me, but I didn't feel a bit of joy, only deep fatigue. Successfully cracking the self-destruct device is only the first step in a long night. We searched the abandoned factory for several hours. The air was filled with the smell of dust and rust, and every step we took was a step towards unknown danger. Eventually, we found a pile of documents in a hidden room. Under the dim light, the handwriting on the document was particularly eye-catching. It recorded information about transactions with international criminal organizations, as well as Robert Green's name. Robert Green, the mole we've been chasing. The intelligence he provided caused the police to fail repeatedly and put us into numerous crises. Now that his name appears here and is linked to an international criminal organization, everything seems to become clear, yet even more confusing. There is such a huge force hidden behind the insider, which is far more complicated than we imagined. I rubbed my sore eyes and an uneasy premonition surged in my heart. This is not just a simple smuggling case. It is like a huge whirlpool that has sucked us into it, and we don't know when we can get out of it. We carefully left the factory with the documents we found. The night grew darker and the cold wind howled, as if foreshadowing something. I tightened my coat around myself and quickened my pace. The police station was right in front of me, with warm lights and familiar colleagues, but for some reason I felt a sense of inexplicable fear. The police car sped through the night, and I looked out the window at the scenery rapidly receding, with a myriad of thoughts in my mind. Who is Robert Greene? Why did he betray us? What is the connection between him and international criminal organizations? These questions are like a tangled mess, entangled in my mind, and making it difficult for me to breathe. Suddenly my phone vibrated and a text message popped up. It was from the captain. Return to the police station immediately. There is an emergency. My heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and a chill ran from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Emergency? What will it be? Could it be Robert Greene? I didn't dare to think any further and urged the driver to speed up. The police station building was getting closer, but I felt I was getting further and further away from the truth. The police car braked suddenly in front of the police station, and I almost jumped out of the car. Before I could ask what happened, I saw the captain walking towards me with a serious expression. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. I had never seen him so upset. Aiden, the captain's voice was low and hoarse. Something happened. My heart sank. My premonition had come true. Robert Greene. The captain paused, as if he couldn't speak. He's dead. Dead. I was stunned, and my mind went blank. Robert Greene, the mole we've been tracking down, is dead. In the interrogation room, the captain's voice seemed to come from far away. There are no clues, just like... He paused and did not continue, but I knew what he meant. It was like vanishing into thin air. My breathing became rapid, and a chill spread from the bottom of my heart. Robert Greene's death was so sudden and so strange. What is going on? Is it an insider who wants to silence the witnesses? Or is there another hidden story? I felt like I was stuck in a huge puzzle, and everything around me became blurry. Robert Greene's death was like a bomb, blowing the already complicated case into even more pieces. I looked up at the dark night sky and saw a shooting star streak across the sky, leaving a brief flash of light before disappearing. Just like Robert Greene's life, it suddenly appears and suddenly disappears, leaving endless mysteries. I took a deep breath and tried to keep myself calm. I know this is just the beginning and bigger storms are waiting for us. Corner of the desk. A vague image flashed through my mind. A tall man in a senior police uniform, with his back to me, seemed to be talking to Robert. Although I couldn't see his face clearly, I could tell from the stars on his epaulets that he held a high position in the police station. Senior police officers? Is there a bigger traitor within our ranks? The thought gives me chills. I immediately told Jack and Sophia about this discovery. Police executives. Jack frowned and fell into deep thought. This is not good news. If this is true, the scope of our investigation will be greatly narrowed, but it will also be more dangerous. Sophia also realized the seriousness of the problem. Aiden, are you sure the images you saw are real? Could it be that there is something wrong with your ability? I'm not entirely sure, I said frankly, but my instinct tells me that this image is important. We have to investigate it. We quickly developed a plan of action for the next step. Jack and I were responsible for investigating the meeting records of senior police officers, Robert's recent work arrangements, and his interpersonal relationships, trying to find the mysterious senior figure. Sophia is responsible for calming the emotions within the police station and preventing information leaks from causing panic, while also secretly observing the movements of the police's top brass. Over the next few days, Jack and I spent most of our time in the archives, going through a large number of documents and records. We carefully studied Robert's recent work arrangements and found that he has been investigating a transnational drug trafficking case, which involves a huge amount of money. and involves important people. Could Robert's death be related to this drug trafficking case? We also retrieved the meeting records of senior police officers, trying to find out which senior officials Robert had come into contact with. After several days of investigation, we identified several suspects, one of whom was a senior police inspector named Williams, who was particularly suspicious. Williams' recent behavior has been somewhat unusual, and he and Robert have had several private contacts. In order not to alert the enemy, we decided to investigate Williams secretly. I asked Jack to keep an eye on Williams' every move, while I began to investigate Williams' background and relationships. Just when we thought we were getting closer to the truth, something unexpected happened. Robert's death is like a thorn in my heart. I kept thinking about the case we had experienced together, his laughter, his sense of justice, and the look he gave me before he died, which was full of reluctance and confusion. He definitely didn't commit suicide. Someone must have planned all this carefully, and this person is most likely hiding inside our police station. The investigation pointed to Philip Thompson. The top secret project that Robert was involved in was tampered with, and Philip was one of the few senior executives who had access to the content of the plan. More importantly, Philip always stands on the same side as Robert on some key decisions, which makes me suspect that he is pretending to cover up his true purpose. But Philip is in a high position of power, and I have to find solid evidence to bring him down. Right now, I don't have any substantial evidence, and any rash action would only alert the enemy. Just then, an anonymous call came. I know the truth about Robert's death. The voice on the other end of the phone was low and hoarse, with a hint of mystery. "Who are you?" I suppressed my inner excitement and tried to keep my voice calm. "If you want to know the truth, come to the abandoned warehouse in the western suburbs alone at 10 o'clock in the evening." The other party did not answer my question and hung up the phone. Abandoned warehouse in the western suburbs? Traveling alone? This is obviously a trap. Since the other party knew about Robert's death, it is very likely that he is the murderer or is related to the murderer. He chose such a secluded place to meet, clearly with ill intentions. I began to analyze the other party's motives. If he was the murderer, why did he contact me? Do you want to kill someone to silence him? Or do you want to threaten me in other ways? If he is not the murderer, then why does he want to remain anonymous? What truth does he know? My intuition told me that there was great danger behind this call, but at the same time, this is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There are many suspicious points in Robert's death. I must grasp any clue, even if it means going through mountains of swords and seas of fire. I will give it a try. I weighed the pros and cons again and finally decided to take the risk. I understand that this may be a gamble, and the stakes are my life. But I have already lost my best friend. What else should I not dare to lose? I started to prepare. I checked my service pistol to make sure it was fully loaded, and put on my body armor and a spare dagger. I told my partner, Catherine, that I was going to meet an informant and asked her to initiate a search and rescue operation as soon as I lost contact. I didn't tell her the specific meeting place or the other party's identity, because I was not sure whether she was also involved in the conspiracy. In the police station, I no longer dared to trust anyone easily. At 9:45 in the evening, I drove to the abandoned warehouse in the western suburbs. Along the way, I was feeling uneasy, and various possibilities flashed through my mind. I have imagined countless situations and have envisioned various response strategies. The area around the warehouse was desolate, with only a few faint lights from the dim streetlights in the distance. I stopped the car, took a deep breath, opened the door, and walked out. The night wind howled past, bringing waves of biting cold. I wrapped my coat tightly around me and looked around vigilantly. After making sure there was no ambush, I slowly walked towards the warehouse door. The warehouse door was rusty and creaked harshly. I pushed open the door, and a musty smell hit me in the face. The warehouse was pitch black, and I couldn't see my hand in front of me. I turned on the flashlight, and the faint light illuminated the interior of the warehouse. As soon as I entered, I felt an unusual atmosphere. The warehouse was filled with the pungent smell of motor oil and dust, so pungent that it made my throat itch. Damn, I should have known that Raymond wouldn't hand over the information easily. Everything here is eerily quiet, with only the sound of my own breathing echoing in the empty building, as quiet as the calm before a storm. I clenched the pistol in my pocket, my palms full of cold sweat. This place is too unfavorable for me. The space is small, and there are many obstacles. It is a perfect ambush site. Raymond must have known I would come, so he chose this place. I had to find what I needed and get out of here as quickly as possible. I walked lightly, trying not to make any noise, and scanned everything around me. Every shadow, every pile of debris may hide deadly danger. I must always be alert and be prepared for any emergency. George Martin, Raymond's ace killer. I have fought with him and know how difficult this guy is. He is like a ghost, appearing and disappearing suddenly and ruthlessly. I have to be careful not to give him any chance. Just as I approached a metal cabinet deep in the warehouse, a dark shadow flashed out from the darkness. It's George Martin. He held a gleaming dagger in his hand, and his eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake. I realized immediately that I had fallen into a trap. Detective Aiden, George's voice was low and hoarse. We meet again. George. I tried to remain calm, my brain working fast. What benefit did Raymond give you that is worth your life for him? I tried to delay time and look for a chance to escape. I knew George was a mercenary guy, and maybe I could take advantage of that. Stop talking nonsense, George sneered. Raymond promised to give me a large sum of money after the matter is completed, enough for me to live a carefree life. Do you think he will keep his promise? I asked back. How could a man like him share his money with others? I tried to sow discord and undermine George's fighting spirit. George was obviously not shaken by my words. He approached me step by step, the dagger in his hand flashing dangerously. You don't have to play tricks, Aiden. You have to die here today. I didn't dare to waste any more time, so I turned around and ran. The debris in the warehouse became my cover, and I used them to avoid George's attacks. I knew I was no match for George in a head-on fight, so I had to find an opportunity to fight back. I noticed some old tools in a corner of the warehouse that might come in handy. I dodged George's attacks while searching for a suitable weapon. Finally, I saw an old wrench. I rushed over, grabbed it, and turned to confront George. George's attack was swift and fierce, and I barely managed to dodge it thanks to my years of experience as a detective. Although the wrench is not as good as professional weapons, it can at least give me some power to fight back. I kept looking for George's weaknesses, trying to launch a counterattack. We fought a desperate battle in the warehouse, and the sound of metal colliding echoed in the empty warehouse. I was gradually losing strength, and George's attacks were getting more and more intense, and I began to feel desperate. Just when I was getting into trouble and felt that I couldn't hold on any longer, the door of the warehouse suddenly opened. A beam of light shone in, and a figure appeared at the door. The alarm in the warehouse sounded sharp and piercing, like an awl chiseling my eardrum. George, that sinister and cunning guy, actually activated the self-destruct device. The red numbers on the control panel were jumping, decreasing by the second, like a countdown to death, making me feel breathless. I quickly glanced around trying to find an exit, but the heavy metal door was closed, apparently locked from the outside by George. Anna stood beside me with a frown on her face, and she was also observing the surroundings. Even though she helped me just now, I still don't dare to fully trust her at this critical moment.
After all, we just met.
Why did she help me? What is her motive? I have to stay vigilant. We have to find a way out. I forced myself to calm down and my brain worked rapidly. Since George activated the self-destruct device, there must be a way to disarm it. He wouldn't be stupid enough to trap himself here. Anna's eyes fell on the control panel. The deactivation device should be right here. Her tone was firm, with a hint of unquestionable confidence. This put me a little more at ease. At least she didn't look like she was acting. I walked quickly to the control panel and carefully looked at the buttons and indicators on it. The panel was covered with complicated circuits and symbols that I couldn't understand at all. Damn it. I know nothing about these electronic devices. Let me try. Anna walked forward, her slender fingers moving flexibly on the panel. She seemed to be very familiar with these things and operated them smoothly, without any hesitation. I watched her movements nervously, feeling conflicted. It would be best if she could really disable the device. But what if she's George's accomplice, pretending to help us but actually stalling for time? Do you know how to remove it? I asked tentatively, trying to control my tone and not let my suspicion show too obviously. Anna didn't look up, but replied calmly, I have come into contact with similar devices before. Her response was brief and did not reveal any additional information. This makes me even more suspicious. Who is she? Why do you know this? Time passes by, minute by minute, and the numbers on the countdown are getting smaller and smaller. My heart became tighter and tighter, as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Hurry up, I couldn't help but urge, with a hint of anxiety in my voice. Anna remained silent, but operated the control panel more attentively. Beads of sweat oozed from her forehead and slid down her delicate cheeks. I could feel that she was trying her best, but the expression on her face became more and more serious. Suddenly she stopped what she was doing, looked up at me, her eyes full of helplessness. No, this device is encrypted. I need the password to unlock it. My heart sank, and a feeling of despair came over me. Password? Where do we find the password? Anna bit her lip, seeming to be thinking about something. Suddenly her eyes fell on a small box next to the control panel. She walked over, picked up the box, and examined it carefully. The box is made of metal and has a small lock on it. Anna tried to open it, but the lock pattern was very complicated, and she failed after several attempts. It looks like we need a key. Anna put down the box and said in a low voice, Key. The warehouse is a mess. Where can I find the key? Are we really going to die here? My mind went blank and the feeling of despair almost swallowed me up. Just then, Anna's eyes fell on me, and there was a strange light in her eyes. She opened her mouth slowly and said something that instantly made my hair stand on end, and I felt like I was falling into an icy cave. Maybe the key is with you. Sweat dripped down my forehead. The dim lights of the warehouse flashed before my eyes. The air was filled with the pungent smell of gasoline, and my heart was pounding. The countdown to the explosion has started, and the red numbers are particularly eye-catching in the darkness, like the grin of the god of death. I have to calm down. I forced myself to take a deep breath and recalled the knowledge of explosives I learned in the police academy. Usually, in order to ensure that the target is destroyed, the control end of the self-destruct device is likely to be set within the explosion range, so as to avoid remotely stopping the explosion after the target escapes. Since the enemy has set this trap, there must be a way to control it, and the control end must be in this warehouse. I looked at Anna. Her face was pale, but her eyes were still firm. I briefly explained my theory, and Anna agreed. We must act separately to maximize our time. I'll go over there. I pointed to the left side of the warehouse, and you take care of the right side. If you find any suspicious devices, notify me immediately. Anna nodded, without any unnecessary words, and immediately turned and ran to the other side of the warehouse. I know she is worried about me, and I am worried about her. But now is not the time to be sentimental. We must race against time. I took a deep breath and began to search the left side of the warehouse carefully. My ability to be reminded of something emotional might come in handy. I touched a dusty iron frame, closed my eyes, and tried to feel what it had been through. Some blurry images flashed through my mind. Workers carrying goods, forklifts shuttling back and forth. No information about the bomb. I touched a shabby wooden box again, and this time I felt something strange. A man in a black coat appeared in the picture. He stealthily put a metal box into the wooden box, and then hurried away. My heart started beating faster. This is what I was looking for. I quickly opened the wooden box, and sure enough, there was a black metal box inside, connected to it by several wires, and a small display screen, with a countdown number constantly jumping on the screen. This should be the control end of the self-destruct device. I immediately started trying to crack the code. There is a numeric keypad and a confirmation key on the control terminal, and it is obvious that a password needs to be entered to disarm the device. I tried entering some common password combinations, but all failed. Damn it! As time passed, my stress grew. I tried to calm myself down and analyze the enemy's psychology. Since they set such a complex password, it must be to prevent it from being easily cracked. So could this password be related to themselves, like their date of birth, anniversary, or some special numeric code? I touched the metal box again, trying to get more clues. This time, I saw a photo of a man and a woman with a building in the background. The man has a noticeable scar on his face, and the woman is holding a bouquet of roses in her hand. The building looks familiar. I tried to remember where I had seen this building. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. That is, just then, Anna's voice came from the other side of the warehouse. "Aiden, I found something." My heart sank suddenly, and an ominous premonition came over me. I looked up at the countdown and saw only 60 seconds left in the red numbers. After defusing the bomb device, all my strength seemed to be drained away. I collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. This guy Aiden actually made the right bet. I looked at him, then at the documents in my hand concerning Philip Thompson's dealings with the Raymond gang, with mixed feelings. These documents were undoubtedly important clues that linked Philip to organized crime, and explained why he was so desperate to kill me. I originally thought it was just a simple business dispute, but now it seems that things are much more complicated than I imagined. I wondered to myself, who is Anna? Why should she help me? Judging from her skilled skills and understanding of the situation, she is definitely not an ordinary passerby. She appeared too timely and disappeared too suddenly. Was she sent by Philip to test me, or does she have other purposes? I couldn't tell whether she was trustworthy. This thought sent a chill down my spine. In such a dangerous environment, any uncertainty could be fatal. I have to be more careful. Aiden also recovered from his shock. He took the document and looked through it carefully with a frown on his face. It was obvious that he was also puzzled by Anna's sudden disappearance. "Who is she?" he muttered to himself, his tone full of confusion and vigilance. I shook my head to indicate that I didn't know either. Now is not the time to think about this. We have to leave here first. I reminded him. This warehouse is too dangerous. Who knows what Philip will come up with next? We carefully checked the surroundings and made sure there was no other danger before we quickly left the warehouse. Along the way, I kept looking back, hoping to see Anna again, but there was nothing except the thick night. After escaping the warehouse, I immediately realized a question: should I trust Aiden? Although he saved my life, in this situation, anyone could be an enemy. Could he be Philip's accomplice, setting up this trap on purpose, and then pretending to save me in order to gain my trust? I have to be careful and not trust anyone completely. After much thought, I think the safest approach right now is to hand over the documents to the police first. This would not only prove my innocence, but also put pressure on Philip. As for Aiden, I decided to maintain a cooperative relationship with him for the time being, but to observe his actions secretly, and if I find any suspicious behavior from him, I will immediately distance myself from him. "Where are we going now?" Aiden asked me, interrupting my thoughts. I forced myself to remain calm, pointed in the direction of the police station and said, "Go to the police station and hand these documents to them." I had to act as soon as possible. The longer I delayed, the greater the variables would be. Aiden had no objection, so we hailed a taxi and headed straight to the police station. In the car, I kept thinking about the whole process, Philip's motives, Anna's identity, and what might happen next. My mind is like a tangled mess, with all kinds of clues intertwined, but I can't find a clear answer. I held the briefcase tightly. My palms were sweaty. I know this is just the calm before the storm, and greater challenges are yet to come. I must prepare myself for the coming storm. The lights at the police station were getting closer and closer. I took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. It was going to be a long and dangerous night. The dust in the warehouse made my throat itchy, but I didn't care. Anna's sudden disappearance, her previous evasive explanations, and her strange behavior in the warehouse, all of these were like a tangled mess that entangled my thoughts. Who is she? What is her purpose? I vaguely feel that she is much more complicated than I thought, but I must put these questions aside for now, because Philip's case is more urgent and more dangerous. Back at the police station, I spread the documents on the table, and Jack and Sophia immediately surrounded me. "What did you find?" Jack asked impatiently. I took a deep breath and tried to focus myself. These documents record a large amount of money flowing into Philip. The amount is huge, and the source is unknown. I pointed to a few pages. You see, these transactions all point to Raymond's gang organization. There are also several unsolved murders. The modus operandi is very similar to Raymond's usual methods. Sophia frowned and tapped her fingers on the table. If Philip is really Raymond's spy, then many of our previous actions may have been leaked by him. She looked at me. "Aiden, do you think Philip knows that we suspect him?" I shook my head. "I'm not sure. Judging from his recent behavior, he's been relatively calm and hasn't done anything unusual." I thought about it, and Anna's warning came to my mind again. "But we must be careful not to alert the enemy," Jack suggested. "We have to find a way to get more solid evidence so that we can bring him to justice." I agree. I flipped through the documents carefully. Although these financial transaction records can prove that Philippe and Raymond are connected, they are not enough to accuse him of participating in the murder. We need more direct evidence. The three of us spent hours poring over the documents, trying to find flaws in Philip. Ultimately, we decided to start with his daily actions and social relationships. Jack retrieved Philip's recent movements through the police station's internal system and discovered that he often went to a high-end restaurant called Nightingale and met different people every time. This restaurant is well known for its privacy and is a gathering place for the upper class and some gray area people. Sophia added, "It seems that Philip is conducting some unknown transactions there." We all agreed that the Nightingale restaurant might be the breakthrough. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, we decided to observe secretly. The next night, Jack and I changed into casual clothes and arrived at the Nightingale restaurant early, choosing a corner where we could clearly observe Philip's reserved seat. Philip arrived 10 minutes later than the scheduled time, and with him appeared a burly man with sharp eyes. I recognized him. He was a capable man, under Raymond, nicknamed Viper. My heart sank when I saw the two of them together. It seemed that our guess was correct. They talked in low voices, and the atmosphere seemed very serious. I noticed that Viper handed a file bag to Philip. Philip opened it and took a look. His face changed slightly, and then he quickly put the bag away. "What are they doing?" Jack asked me in a low voice. I shook my head to indicate that I didn't know either. But I can feel that the contents of this document bag must be very important. They talked for about an hour. Then Viper got up and left. Philip sat there alone, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, his brows furrowed, as if thinking about something. After Viper left, Philip also stood up and prepared to leave. I looked at his back, and suddenly an idea flashed through my mind. I have a special ability that allows me to sense some memory fragments of the owner of an object by touching it, which is the so-called touching the scene and evoking emotions. If I could touch the utensils Philip had just used. I turned to look at Jack, who was staring intently in the direction where Philip left. I hesitated for a moment. Should I tell him what I thought?
This ability of mine is very unstable and sometimes brings some unpredictable side effects.
But I also feel that this may be the key to solving the mystery. I took a deep breath and was about to speak when Jack suddenly turned around and asked me, "What are you thinking about?" I looked at him and finally decided to observe the situation first. "Nothing," I shook my head. "I was just thinking about what we should do next." My eyes fell on the wine glass that Philip had just used, which still had his fingerprints on it. I held the photo in my hand, and Anna's clear eyes seemed to be looking at me, with a hint of imperceptible worry in her eyes. I pondered the meaning of this email.
An anonymous email with only Anna's photo and an address. It was so weird.
Who sent it? Is it Philip? Why did he give me Anna's picture? Or is it someone else who is trying to use Anna to lure me somewhere? I tried to recall the fragments of memory related to Philip, and those broken images flashed by like a revolving lantern. Philip was talking secretly with a man whose face I couldn't see clearly. He spoke in a hurried tone and seemed to be arguing about something. He pointed at the map, on which was marked the police station logo. He was holding a document in his hand. The handwriting on the document was unclear, but I vaguely saw the words action and clearance. I felt a chill run down my spine. Philip's conspiracy was more complicated than I had imagined, and it was likely connected to the police's actions. If I can't stop him in time, the consequences will be disastrous. I had to find out who Anna was and how she was connected to Philip's conspiracy. This address may be the key to solving the mystery, but I can't act rashly. What if this is a trap? I looked closely at Anna in the photo. She was dressed very ordinary, and the background was blurry, so I couldn't see any useful information. I studied the email address again, and it was made up of a string of random characters, and there was no way to trace the source. After much thought, I decided to go to the address on the email. First of all, I had to figure out Anna's identity. Was she an innocent victim or Philip's accomplice? Secondly, this address might provide some clues about Philip's conspiracy. I took a deep breath, carefully put Anna's photo in my pocket, and hailed a taxi. In the car, I double-checked my gear: a Swiss Army knife, a miniature flashlight, a spare cell phone, and some cash. I have to be fully prepared just in case. I told the driver the address. He took a look and frowned slightly. "Sir, that place is very remote. It's an abandoned factory. Are you sure you want to go there?" I nodded, my tone firm. "Yes, I must go." The driver didn't ask any more questions and started the car. Along the way, my mood became increasingly heavy. I know this journey is full of danger, but I have no choice. In order to stop Philip's conspiracy and find out the truth, I must take risks. The sky outside the window gradually darkened, and the buildings on the roadside became fewer. The car was shaking violently as it was driving on a bumpy dirt road. I gripped the door handle tightly and tried to stay calm. Finally, the car stopped. The driver pointed to a shadow not far ahead and said, "Sir, we're here." I paid the fare and got off the car, and saw that it was indeed an abandoned factory. The factory gate was rusty, the window glass was broken, and the surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, creating a desolate scene. Under the cover of night, the factory looked particularly eerie, like a dormant monster quietly waiting for its prey to arrive. This is definitely a trap. The address provided in the email turned out to be an abandoned factory, with rusty iron doors and dilapidated windows, all exuding a gloomy atmosphere. I should have known that Philip would not let me off easily. I gripped the pistol hidden in my coat, took a deep breath, and walked in. The huge factory building was empty and silent, with only the sound of my footsteps echoing inside, adding a sense of weirdness. I looked around carefully. The large mechanical equipment was like a sleeping beast, casting a huge shadow. Philip must have had his purpose in choosing this place. These devices are both potential dangers and perhaps also a cover for me. Long time no see, Aiden. Damn it. I turned around and George Martin walked out from behind a row of machines with his signature sneer. Behind him were a few burly men, all of whom looked ferocious and obviously had no good intentions. My heart sank suddenly. It seemed that Philip wanted to get rid of me completely. I quickly looked around to determine the escape route. The factory gate was blocked, and the only exit was a small door on the other side of the factory. But it was too close to George. I had to buy time and create chaos to have a chance to escape. "Where's Anna?" I forced myself to remain calm, trying to delay time while observing their reactions, especially George. Did he know Anna's true identity? His eyes flickered as if he was hiding something. It seems that Anna's identity is more complicated than I thought. "You should worry about yourself." George waved his hand and his men immediately rushed towards me. "The battle is about to begin." I pulled out my pistol, shot the guy in front of me, and then quickly hid behind a huge machine tool. The gunshots echoed in the empty factory, deafening. George's men were obviously well trained. Instead of rushing up at me in a swarm, they spread out and tried to surround me. I used the machine as cover to deal with them. I knew that sooner or later, I would run out of bullets and I would have to find another way out. I dodged the bullets while observing my surroundings. Suddenly, I noticed an inconspicuous secret door under a machine. Perhaps it was a chance to escape. I seized an opportunity and ran towards the secret door. George's men immediately discovered my intention and bullets rained down on me. I felt a burning sensation, and my left arm was grazed by a bullet, but I didn't dare stop and continued to sprint forward.
I flung open the secret door and jumped down.
This is a passage leading to the basement, narrow and dark, exuding a damp and moldy smell. Ignoring the pain, I went down the passage. I heard George's roar and the sound of chaotic footsteps behind me, and I knew they would catch up soon. The basement was pitch black. I groped my way forward. There was a strange smell in the air like blood. My heart sank suddenly, and an ominous premonition came over me. Suddenly, my hand touched a cold wall, and there seemed to be a dent in the wall, like a door. I pushed hard, and the door slowly opened, and a faint light came out from the gap. I took a deep breath, opened the door, and walked in. My heart was beating like a drum, and sweat was soaking my shirt. Another woman whom I once doubted, tested, and even thought about betraying, was now standing back to back with me, pointing a gun at George and others who were blocking the exit. The air in the basement was heavy and damp, mixed with the smell of mold and gunpowder, making it suffocating. I quickly assessed the situation. George, Raymond, and two other strong men all looked ferocious and had weapons in their hands. We were trapped in the basement, and the only exit was blocked. There was no way we could fight it out, as we were outnumbered by the two of us. Also, I have to consider Anna's safety, although she is a police officer and should be quite skilled. The other side has more people, and we are attacked from all sides. If she gets hurt, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Anna seemed to notice my worry and whispered, "Don't worry, Aiden, we can definitely get out." Her tone was firm and calm, giving me a glimmer of hope. I looked at her determined eyes and suddenly realized that she was not only a brave police officer, but also a trustworthy partner. Now is not the time to hesitate. I have to figure out a solution. I looked around, and in the dim light I saw some miscellaneous items piled up in the corner of the basement, including wooden boards, iron barrels, ropes, etc. A plan gradually took shape in my mind. I whispered my plan to Anna. After listening to it, she nodded slightly to show her agreement. I took a deep breath and shouted to George, "George, I know Philip's secret. I know why he led us here." George was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You? You know Philip's secret? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think we will believe you? Believe it or not? I said calmly. Philip's real target is not us, but Anna. She is an undercover police officer who has been investigating your criminal activities. He knows Anna's identity, so he set this trap to catch you all in one fell swoop. My words went off like a bomb in the basement. George and others looked at each other. I took the opportunity to observe their reactions. Raymond seemed a little shaken, but George remained alert. I continued. I know Philip's plan. I know where he hides the evidence. I know all his secrets. I will tell you everything if you let us go. George narrowed his eyes, stared at me for a long time, then winked at Raymond. Raymond hesitated for a moment, but finally walked towards me. I was secretly happy. It seemed that my plan worked. They are divided among themselves, and this is our chance to escape. Just as Raymond walked up to me, I suddenly pushed him away, grabbed an iron bucket on the ground and threw it at George. Anna also took action at the same time. She rolled over and hid behind a pile of debris, then took out a pistol and aimed at the remaining two strong men. The basement was in chaos, with shouting, gunshots, and the sound of things breaking all mixed together. Can we escape successfully? What exactly is Philip's conspiracy? All of this will be revealed in the chaos that follows. The strong smell of gasoline mixed with the smell of mildew irritated my nasal cavity. George and his gang blocked the only exit, shaking weapons in their hands, with hideous smiles on their faces, staring at us like a group of hungry wolves. Anna's breathing quickened, and I squeezed her hand and gave her a comforting look. Stay calm. You must stay calm. I quickly scanned the basement, my mind racing. Escape. Must escape. I remember there were chemical raw materials and equipment piled up in a corner of the basement, along with a maze of pipes connecting various parts of the building. If I could use these things to create an explosion. Anna, do you see those chemicals? And those pipes? I lowered my voice and pointed to the corner of the basement. Anna followed my gaze, and her eyes lit up. Then she frowned worriedly. You want to create an explosion? But how can we control the range of the explosion? What if there is no chance of a single event? We must take a gamble. Instead of sitting and waiting to die, we might as well take the initiative. The explosion can create chaos and give us a chance to escape, I said in a firm tone, leaving no room for doubt. George and his gang are extremely vicious, and there will be no good end for anyone who falls into their hands. I have to protect Anna. We have to survive. I carefully recalled the equipment and pipelines I saw in the basement and judged the scope of damage that the explosion might cause. The power of the explosion cannot be too great, otherwise we will be affected, but it cannot be too small, otherwise it will not be able to shock George and the others. I quickly pulled Anna to the corner and started to set up. I judged that the liquid in those red cans was flammable, and the liquid in the iron barrels next to them should be some kind of oxidizer. I carefully connected them to pipes leading to other areas so that the force of the explosion would be felt over a wider area. I then made an improvised detonation device using some wires and a battery connected to the chemicals. Anna helped by looking for debris that could be used to block the explosion fragments. At this moment, Anna suddenly exclaimed, "Aiden, look what this is." I turned around and saw Anna holding several documents in her hands with a serious expression on her face. I took the document and quickly glanced through it, and my heart beat faster. These documents turned out to be key evidence of Philip's conspiracy, detailing his plans and the names of the people involved. It turns out that he is really the mastermind behind all this. I became even more determined to escape and expose Philip's conspiracy. I must not let him go unpunished. Bang, bang, bang. George and his gang were getting closer and closer, and I felt a sense of urgency. Are you ready? I looked at Anna. Anna took a deep breath and nodded firmly. I pressed the trigger. Boom. With a loud bang, the basement shook violently. Flames shot up into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. The shockwave of the explosion knocked us to the ground and our ears were buzzing. I felt a wave of heat rushing towards me, making it almost impossible for me to breathe. I struggled to get up, pulled Anna up, and ran towards the exit under the cover of the explosion and thick smoke. George and others were knocked around by the sudden explosion and were in chaos for a while, giving us a great opportunity to escape. We stumbled out of the basement and onto the ground floor. The dazzling sunlight shone down, and I squinted my eyes, trying to adapt to the change in light. A fresh air rushed into my lungs, and I breathed in greedily, feeling like I had walked back from the gates of hell. Suddenly, I felt a strange atmosphere and indescribable calmness. This calmness makes me uneasy. My intuition told me that something was happening. I looked around, trying to catch any trace of something strange in the air. The moment I came out of the basement and breathed in the fresh air, I felt like I was reborn. Seeing Jack and Sophia standing at the factory gate with fully armed reinforcements, I finally felt relieved. I immediately understood that Aiden was smarter than I thought, and he must have secretly sent a distress signal before we went down. This guy actually hid it from me. I glanced at him and saw that he was talking to Jack with a barely perceptible smugness on his face. Forget it. Let's forgive him this time. After all, he saved our lives. George and his men were quickly subdued. Although they were numerous, they had no room to resist against the well-trained police officers. I noticed that George's face was full of shock and reluctance. He'd probably never thought that his carefully planned plan would end in this way. I even felt a little sympathy for him, a poor wretch who was brainwashed by Philip. The subsequent search went very smoothly. We found a large number of illegal weapons and drugs in the factory, and even found detailed records of Philip's criminal activities over the years. This evidence is enough to put him in jail for life. As I looked at the evidence, I felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. We succeeded. We finally stopped Philip. However, this joy did not last long. When we escorted George and others back to the police station to prepare for the formal arrest of Philip, we received shocking news. Philip had escaped. My head buzzed as if it was hit by a hammer. How is that possible? The police station is heavily guarded. How could he escape? I immediately realized that things were far more complicated than we had imagined. Philip must have expected that we would find this place, and he made all the preparations in advance. Aiden's expression also became extremely solemn. He must have noticed something, he said in a deep voice. Philip will never sit still and wait for death. He must have a backup plan. We immediately began analyzing Philip's possible escape routes and hiding places. I carefully recalled every contact I had with Philip, trying to find clues. He is an extremely cautious person, and rarely leaves any loopholes. But one thing I am very sure of is that Philip's ultimate goal is definitely not just to sell drugs and weapons. He must have a bigger conspiracy. I began to feel uneasy. A sense of foreboding loomed over me. Philip's escape not only means that our efforts have been in vain, but also means that he may launch a more crazy revenge. We must find him quickly and stop him from carrying out his ultimate plan. As time passed, the atmosphere in the police station became increasingly tense. Everyone realizes that we are in a race against time. I looked at the dark night sky outside the window, my heart filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Philip, where are you? What exactly do you want to do? Philip escaped. Damn it. I clenched my hands into fists, my knuckles turning white. This guy is more cunning and more dangerous than I thought. The fact that he escaped from a heavily guarded police station shows that we underestimated his abilities. Now he is like a time bomb, and no one knows when and where he will explode.
I have to stop him. I have to.
We have to act quickly. I looked around at Jack, Sophia, and Anna, and said in a serious tone, Philip will never give up. He escaped and must be going to complete his damn plan. Jack nodded in agreement. That's right, Aiden. This guy is not someone who will give up easily. We have limited clues now. We must find out his conspiracy as soon as possible and stop him before he causes more damage. Sophia frowned and flipped through the information in her hand. According to the intelligence we have previously obtained, Philip has been in frequent contact with Raymond's gang organization recently. They must be plotting something, Anna added. Moreover, Philip's recent capital flow has been unusually active, and it is very likely that he is preparing for his plan. The situation is urgent, and we must race against time. I made a quick decision. We split up into 2 groups. Jack, you and Sophia stay at the police station and continue analyzing the files to see if you can find more clues. Anna, you come with me and we'll investigate Philip's possible hiding place. Jack and Sophia had no objection. They knew that time was tight and that acting separately would improve efficiency. I chose to work with Anna because she is thoughtful, observant, and always keeps calm in times of crisis. This is the partner I need most at the moment. Anna and I first investigated Philip's social connections, trying to find people he might have contacted after his escape. Nothing was found. It seemed that Philip was well prepared. He cut off all connections that might expose his whereabouts. Next, we tracked the flow of his funds. It worked. We discovered that Philip had recently had a considerable amount of money transferred into the account of an abandoned hotel on the outskirts of the city. The hotel had long been closed down and was rarely visited, making it a great place to hide. My intuition told me that Philip was probably hiding there. We drove to the abandoned hotel. The hotel door was locked and rusty, and there was silence all around, with an eerie atmosphere. I carefully picked the lock and sneaked into the hotel with Anna. The interior of the hotel was even more dilapidated, with dust and mold filling the air. We searched the hotel carefully, hoping to find any trace of Philip. Eventually, we found some documents and electronic devices in a room. The room was empty, but Philip must have been there. I took a deep breath, concentrated, and reached out to touch the files and equipment. My ability to be reminded of something emotional came into play. I closed my eyes, and some vague images emerged in my mind. Philip was in a dim room, busy in front of a computer screen, which showed some complicated charts and data. He had an almost crazy excitement on his face. He seemed to be talking to himself, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. The images were intermittent and not clear enough, but they were enough to make me feel deeply uneasy. Philip's plan was more complicated and more dangerous than I had imagined. What is he planning? I opened my eyes, my heart filled with confusion and worry. These blurry images are like pieces of a puzzle. I can't piece them together into a complete picture, but I vaguely feel that a huge disaster is brewing. Time is running out. I must figure out Philip's conspiracy as soon as possible and stop him. A strong premonition told me that this incident was unusual. The air seemed to be filled with a suffocating tension, like the calm before the storm. My heartbeat was deafening, as if it was about to burst through my chest. Philip, the seemingly sanctimonious politician, turns out to be a complete lunatic. Explosions, social chaos. These words pierced my nerves like sharp knives. I have to stop him, for the sake of this city and these innocent people. Anna's face was equally pale, and she gripped my arm tightly, her knuckles turning white. "We have to get out of here, Aiden, now." I quickly glanced around, assessing the situation. Since Philip chose to interfere in political activities, it means that he must have made full preparations. If we act rashly now, we may very well play into his hands. Besides, Raymond is still an unknown. Although he showed a cooperative attitude towards Philip, based on my understanding of him, this old fox would never put all his eggs in one basket. He must have a backup plan. "Let's go back to the room first," I said to Anna in a low voice. "Be quiet and avoid surveillance." Anna nodded and we tiptoed down the hallway, trying not to attract anyone's attention. My mind was racing, thinking of countermeasures. Philip's plan is so meticulous, but we must find his weakness in order to defeat him in one fell swoop. Once I got back to my room, I immediately locked the door and checked the windows and balcony to make sure we were not being listened to or monitored. Anna nervously looked through her phone, trying to contact the outside world, but the signal seemed to be blocked. "We can't get in touch with anyone," Anna said dejectedly. "We're trapped." "Calm down, Anna," I said, trying to remain calm. "We still have time. No matter how well planned Philip is, There must be a loophole. We have to find it. I walked to the window and looked down. The area around the hotel was filled with black cars, and men in black were patrolling back and forth, with strict security. Raymond's people, my heart sank. It seems that Raymond has already realized our intentions, or he is actually Philip's accomplice. The thought gives me chills. If Raymond and Philip join forces, we will undoubtedly be in danger. I began to suspect that from the very beginning, we had fallen into a trap they had carefully designed. Aiden, look, Anna suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the TV screen. The political event was being broadcast live on TV. Philip was dressed in a suit and tie, talking eloquently with a false smile on his face. Every movement and expression of his made me feel sick. The activity has already begun. Anna's voice trembled. If Philip really planted the bomb, I can't imagine the consequences. Thousands of innocent lives will be destroyed in the flames and the entire city will fall into chaos. I had to stop him, no matter what the cost. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. Anna, we have to take a gamble. The only way now is... I leaned close to Anna's ear and whispered my plan. After hearing this, Anna's face turned even paler, but she did not hesitate and nodded firmly. I'll go with you. We acted quickly and made preparations according to the plan. As time passed, I became more and more nervous. I knew that we were about to face a life and death test. Just as we were about to implement our plan, there was a rapid knock on the door. My heart tightened, and an ominous premonition came over me. Through the peephole, I saw two men in black standing outside the door with guns in their hands. Open the door, one of the men in black shouted sternly. My hands were tightly clenched in my pockets, and my palms were sweaty. Anna also leaned over nervously, her breathing rapid and heavy. We are surrounded. Sweat slid down my temples and soaked my collar. Raymond's men have surrounded us. The black muzzles of their guns are like beasts ready to devour anyone, making me feel suffocated. Anna held my hand tightly, and her palms were full of sweat. We were stuck at the end of a hotel corridor with no way out. I quickly scanned my surroundings, my brain working rapidly. Raymond obviously came prepared and blocked all our escape routes. A head-on confrontation would definitely not work. The two of us with bare hands cannot possibly fight against so many fully armed thugs. Must outsmart. I closed my eyes and tried to recall the layout of the hotel that I had caught a quick glimpse of when I checked in. On the 3rd floor, at the end of the corridor. What else is there besides the elevator? That's right. Fire escape. If we can enter the fire escape, there may be a glimmer of hope. I opened my eyes and whispered to Anna. We have to find a way to get to the fire escape. It may be the only way out. Anna nodded, her eyes revealing determination. How to lead them away. I looked around, my eyes landing on the guest room doors, and some decorative vases on either side of the corridor. A plan quickly formed in my mind. Create chaos and grab their attention. I picked up a vase and slammed it against the opposite wall. The crisp shattering sound was particularly harsh in the silent corridor, and immediately attracted the attention of several guards. At the same time, I opened the door of a neighboring guest room, and kicked over the trash can behind the door to make even more noise. Fire. The 3rd floor is on fire. I yelled at the top of my lungs, grabbing a few cushions and throwing them at the wall at the other end of the corridor. The smoke alarm suddenly sounded sharply, and the corridor was immediately thrown into chaos. Raymond's men were obviously confused by the chaos we created. Some of them ran towards us, while others looked around for the source of the fire. Now, I pulled Anna up and took advantage of the chaos to rush to the fire escape at the end of the corridor. We pushed open the door of the fire escape with force, and a musty smell hit us in the face. Without thinking too much, we slipped in and quickly closed the door. I leaned against the door, breathing heavily. Finally got rid of those guys temporarily, but I know this is only temporary, and Raymond will not let us go easily. Moreover, Philip's conspiracy is still like a sword hanging over his head, which may fall at any time. We ran down the narrow stairs, the only sounds in the silent stairwell being our hurried footsteps and heavy breathing. However, just when we thought we were safe, a figure suddenly flashed out from the corner of the stairs below. It's George Martin. He was holding a shining dagger in his hand with a ferocious smile on his face, and he rushed towards us viciously. "Aiden, you can't run away," he roared, with a mad light in his eyes. My heart sank, knowing that a fierce battle was inevitable. We were trapped in a narrow stairwell with nowhere to escape. I took a deep breath and held Anna behind me. I knew we had to fight to the death. Just as George's dagger was about to pierce me, a picture suddenly flashed through my mind. When I was a child, my father and I were walking on a country road, with large fields of daisies blooming on the roadside, the familiar fragrance, the warm sunshine, and my father's loving smile. My heartbeat suddenly accelerated and a strange feeling came over me. I felt my body was full of strength, as if something was about to break out of its cocoon. The smell of gunpowder has not yet dissipated, and my fingertips still feel the cold metal texture that is the touch of the fire escape railing, which silently witnessed George's hasty escape. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my pounding heart. Anna's face was also pale, as if she had just survived a disaster, but the determination in her eyes made me feel at ease. We all know that the fight is far from over. Back at the police station, the atmosphere was as heavy as solidified asphalt. Jack and Sophia were huddled around an electronic map, brows furrowed. Seeing us coming back, Jack immediately came over and spoke quickly. "The information in the USB drive you found was a great help. We have already locked onto Philip's bombing target, the commercial plaza in the city center." My heart sank. The city center commercial plaza has a huge flow of people, and if an explosion occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. I immediately realized that George's attack was just Philip's cover-up, and his real goal was to create greater chaos and panic. "What is Philip's purpose?" I asked, trying to sort out his thoughts. Sophia shook her head solemnly. "I don't know, but he must have a bigger conspiracy. The information in the USB drive shows that he has been planning this explosion for a long time. It is definitely not a spur-of-the-moment idea." At this moment, a shrill ringing sound broke the solemn atmosphere. Jack answered the phone. His face suddenly changed. He hung up the phone abruptly, looked at us and said word by word, "Philip, he detonated it early." My brain buzzed and went blank. Detonate early? Is he crazy? This does not match the explosion time shown in the USB flash drive. Did he discover our actions? Or is there another hidden story? I forced myself to calm down and think quickly. Philip is not an impulsive person. Every step he takes is carefully calculated. He must have his reasons for detonating it early. Is it to divert our attention? Or his real target isn't the commercial plaza at all? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through my mind. I looked at Anna, and her eyes were also full of confusion and worry. We must get to the commercial square as quickly as possible, but at the same time we must remain vigilant and beware of Philip's traps. Jack quickly gave the order. "Anna, you contact the bomb disposal experts immediately, and make sure to rush to the scene as soon as possible. Aiden, you and I will go to the commercial square. Sophia, you stay at the police station and continue to track Philip's whereabouts. Keep in touch at any time." Without hesitation, I grabbed my coat and rushed out of the police station with Jack. The sound of sirens cut through the night air, echoing through the empty streets. I clenched my fists tightly and felt a sharp pain in my fingertips, which were the wounds left by the previous battle. I took a deep breath and tried to keep myself calm. Now is not the time to overthink. I have to trust my instincts and judgment.
"Philip, what on earth are you playing at?"
"I will stop you no matter what the cost." The police car sped along. The light from the street lamps flashed quickly on the car window, and my heart became more and more tense with the rhythm of the sirens. Commercial Plaza, that once prosperous and bustling area, is now shrouded in a haze in my mind. I seemed to see the panic of the crowd and hear the loud explosion. No, I can't think about it anymore. I have to concentrate and prepare for the upcoming challenges. At this moment, Jack suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the police car made a harsh friction sound and stopped on the side of the road. His face was livid, and he pointed at the flickering fire not far ahead, and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Look there." Sweat soaked my back, and my heart was pounding against my ribs in my chest. Philip exploded early, which was completely unexpected for me. Damn it! I cursed and forced myself to calm down. Now is not the time to panic. Every second may determine the life and death of countless people. I took a deep breath and tried to recall the bomb disposal knowledge I learned in the police academy, as well as the experience I had gained from using my sight-evoking ability several times before. Those blurry images, fragmented sounds, and even smells are as precious as life-saving straws at this moment. Philip is a cunning guy. He won't let us defuse the bomb so easily. I judged that he would set up various traps and interference items to delay time and increase the difficulty of our bomb disposal. I have to take that into account. Jack, you are responsible for checking the load-bearing structure of the building to see if there are any explosives. Sophia, you check the ventilation system and power lines. Philip may use these places to set traps. Anna, you are responsible for the perimeter security and pay attention to suspicious persons. I quickly assigned the tasks. Remember, safety first. Report any findings immediately. I must make sure that everyone is clear about their responsibilities. In such a critical situation, teamwork is essential. I trust them. They are trustworthy partners. We split up and a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire explosion site. There was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air, mixed with some other chemical smells, which made me feel uneasy. Philip is a chemist and has a deep knowledge of all kinds of chemicals, and he might use this to set a trap. We found some suspicious devices that looked like bombs, but on closer inspection they were just disguised jammers. Philip deliberately left these misleading clues in order to disrupt our judgment and delay our time. What a mean fellow he is. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, concentrated, and began to use my ability to be emotionally moved by the scene. I touched the walls, the ground, and even the air at the scene, trying to capture the traces left by Philip. Gradually, some vague images appeared in my mind. Philip carried a black box and walked into the basement of the building. Basement? I opened my eyes suddenly and found it. The bomb must be in the basement. We quickly rushed to the basement and found a black box in a corner. The box was connected to complex circuits and a timer, with flashing red numbers showing the countdown. Time is running out. The structure of the bomb is more complicated than I thought. It is connected to multiple countdown devices and various components that I cannot understand. I began to dismantle the bomb carefully, with every movement being gentle and cautious, for fear of touching any mechanism and causing an explosion. My palms were sweaty, and my breathing became rapid. 13:57. 13:56. Time passed by minute, and my heart beat faster and faster. I have to stay calm and not panic. Suddenly, my fingers touched a cold metal part, and a strong electric current instantly spread throughout my body. My brain buzzed, and some images flashed before my eyes. An abandoned factory, dim lights, and a man in a white coat. Where have I seen this scene? I tried hard to recall, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity came over me. This man, this factory, could it be? Sweat soaked my clothes and dripped onto the cold metal device. The moment the last thread was cut, the timer stopped. I sat on the ground dejectedly, gasping for breath. The threat of explosion was lifted, but my heart did not relax at all. Philip and Raymond. These two names are like two huge rocks pressing on my heart. I still remember vividly Philip's cunning and Raymond's cruelty. They carefully planned the bombing for more than just the purpose of causing chaos. I have to figure out what their real intentions are. Otherwise, the next crisis might be even more difficult to deal with. Moreover, if their plan fails this time, they will definitely become more aggressive, so I must be prepared in advance. I think Philip is the mastermind of the whole incident. He is meticulous, good at disguise, and the most dangerous person. Although Raymond is vicious, he is just Philip's pawn and is relatively easy to deal with. The most important thing right now is to find out their next move, and where they are hiding. I decided to start with Raymond. After all, he was more likely to reveal flaws than Philip. I stood up slowly and looked around. The bomb disposal site was in a mess, with various wires and parts scattered all over the ground. I need to get out of here as soon as possible and find a safe place to carry out my next plan before Philip and Raymond react. After leaving the scene, the first thing I did was contact my informant, an old friend who worked in the intelligence department. I need him to help me investigate Philip and Raymond's recent movements and where they might be hiding. I believe that with his ability, I will be able to get the information I want quickly. At the same time, I began to think about another question that had been bothering me for a long time: my life experience. The fragments of memory that flashed through my mind from time to time seemed to have some connection with the explosion. Those fragmented images, like pieces of a puzzle, pieced together a vague outline. I felt like a chess piece being manipulated, involuntarily drawn into this conspiracy. My intuition tells me that solving the mystery of my life experience may be the key to solving the whole incident. While waiting for news from my informant, I returned to my safe house. This is a hidden basement, and only I know of its existence. Here I can calmly organize my thoughts and make plans. I wrote down all the known clues and tried to connect them together to find the connections. As time passed, my anxiety grew. I had a feeling that a bigger storm was coming, and I was at the center of it. I must be fully prepared to meet the upcoming challenges. I checked my gear, making sure all weapons were in top condition. I also prepared some necessary supplies in case of emergency. As night falls, the city is shrouded in silence. In my safe house there is only dim light and the sound of my breathing. I stood at the window, looking at the outside world, my heart filled with anxiety and confusion. Suddenly, my cell phone vibrated. It was a message from my informant. I couldn't wait to open the message, but found only one sentence: "Be careful of traps, they are more dangerous than you think." This sentence made my heart tighten, and a chill ran through my heart. I know that I am about to face a more brutal battle. I took a deep breath and suppressed all my fear and anxiety in my heart. I knew I couldn't back down. I had to keep fighting, for the truth and for myself. My hand tightly gripped the gun in my hand, and my eyes became firm and cold. Outside the window, the night deepens. The vault is closing, but the next enigma awaits. Click that bell, or the truth may bury you forever.